All right. Let's get started with today's bullshit. So I was in the middle of writing something last night, and then I just got so tired. Like, I don't even know if I was writing was making sense before I was going to bed. Like, that's why I stopped. You know what I mean? I was writing something though. Writing something, and I just got so like I couldn't even keep track of like the cells in the fucking spreadsheet. My eyes were just totally glazed over. So, all right, let's open this up and start taking a look. Maybe put on some Timcast in the background. I don't even remember what I was doing before I went to bed. Oh, you notice I had to repair the fucking CVR because of those weird percentages they had next to the ones and zeros. Okay, I do remember doing that.
This is a very strange story. The White House says that for the past 8 months, a Parkinson's expert has been meeting at the White House. Now, they're saying they can't confirm the name of this expert. They've been meeting with the doctor. And there is now a rumor, speculation, concern that Biden may have Parkinson's disease. I think it's a bit, I don't know, it's a rumor. But considering the New York Times leading with the story, considering what we've all witnessed with Biden's health, his strange gait, which it could be what they refer to as Parkinson's gait, perhaps it's something as simple as Biden is exhibiting symptoms, which may be Parkinson's, so they've been calling in this doctor. I don't know why they'd be calling this doctor 8 times in 8 months unless they found something. So this is really interesting. Along with this story, Democrats have increased their calls for Joe Biden to resign, and he is refusing. He sent out a letter saying he's not going to do it. He said, I am the nominee. And Batya Ungar-Sargon, with this amazing point saying, we are at the staging a coup against your duly elected nominee part of saving democracy now. It's a fair point. Joe Biden won the primary. The idea that they're going to replace him now is undermining every position they've tried to maintain over the past several years regarding Trump. We're going to talk about that, plus the polling. However, before we do, my friends, head over to vaultdrinks.com or go to vaultdrinks.com/TimPool and you will save 10% on Vault Energy. This is, I'm a big fan, guys. You know, I was doing I was in ketosis for a while, the ketone diet, ketogenic diet. This Vault Energy drinks got no sugar, no caffeine. They're awesome. We met them a while back, and they hooked us up with these, and they're very good. I don't even know how to describe it. It's so delicious. It's almost like drinking candy, I got to tell you. But it's brain fuel. It's brain fuel. They say Vault is the first ever Go BHB ketone high octane brain fuel that supercharges your mind and body, contains no sugar, no caffeine, nothing artificial. You got to be your best, speed up your brain activity, boost your memory, reaction time, focus, and sharpness while reducing stress and balancing your mood. Again, no caffeine, no sugar, no jitters, no crash, just pure brain power with Go BHB ketones. Vault isn't just for mental clarity. It also enhances, they say, physical energy and stamina. They say it aids in faster recovery, hydrates and restores electrolytes, and promotes a good night's sleep. Yo, we got this right here, this QR code you can scan right now if you want to get more information. And I got to be honest, they sent us a bunch of these. They're gone already. So I'm a big fan. This stuff's right up my alley because, you know, I try to limit caffeine myself, and this works really well when we're out skating the park and everything. So I recommend you check it out. Shout out to the Vault crew. We really do appreciate your support. Also, don't forget, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member to support our work directly, and in 10 days at the RNC in Milwaukee, we have a live show. July 18th with Mike Lindell, Luke Rutkowski, Hannah Claire Brimelow, Libby Emmons. If you want to come buy your tickets now, we hope to see you there. It is going to be a blast at the RNC. We'll be there all week. We're going to have a bunch of amazing guests throughout the week. We will not be going to the DNC because, to be honest, I've grown quite fond of living. And I don't intend to be at whatever that's going to be, not interested. Milwaukee is dangerous enough. I mean, it's a fine city. Chicago's fine. I really don't think anything's going to happen. But, I don't see massive protests happening at the RNC. I just don't. But the Democrats are going to have probably massive protests. And, over the weekend, the big breaking news is, like 19 died in Chicago over the 4th. It happens all the time. So we won't be there. But become a member by clicking Join Us. We're going to have that members-only uncensored show coming up for you tonight, where you as members can actually call into the show. So I recommend you sign up now. Submit your questions. You got to sign up at the $10 a month level for at least 6 months, or the $25 a month right now. We do that because we are gatekeeping. We don't want the weirdos coming in and disrupting everything, so we have either a time gate or a money gate. Smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Nick Searcy.
Nice to be here, Tim. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, who are you? What do you do?
I'm an actor. I mean, people with good taste know who I am. I've got a
That's true.
I've got a book out now called Justify This. Justified was the show that most people know me from. And I've also got a documentary about January 6th called The War on Truth. Just came out about 3 weeks ago. And I'm got a movie coming out in August called Reagan, where I play Secretary of State James Baker. Dennis Quaid plays Reagan.
Wow.
And there's a Netflix series called The Perfect Couple with Nicole Kidman and Liev Schreiber and me, Nick Searcy. It'll be on Netflix sometime in September.
Right on. Thanks for hanging out. Phil's hanging out.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary. How you doing, Hannah Claire?
I'm good. I feel like I'm the least creative person in this room right now. Actor, musicians. Tim's all sorts of creative, too. Last time you were here, Nick, you were wearing a quilted jacket that your daughter made, and
Yep.
it just clicked to me that it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm Hannah Claire Bremlett. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. I'm excited to be back. Hi, Kellen.
Hi, I'm back. For you guys that don't know me, I'm Kellen. I'll fill in with when Surge is out. So I'm here pressing the buttons. Let's get started.
Just real quick, this weekend, went to visit family in Utah, and I got to check out the World Series of Poker. So shout out to all those players. There was about 9,000 some odd 100 players. Really exciting to check it out. You know, I'm a big fan. But let's jump into that news. From the New York Times, Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times in 8 months. The White House said President Biden had met with the neurologist only 3 times in more than 3 years in office, but it would not say whether the visiting expert was consulting with the president's physician about his health. They go on to say, an expert on Parkinson's disease from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center visited the White House 8 times in 8 months from last summer through this spring, including at least once for a meeting with President Biden's physician, according to official logs. The expert, Dr. Kevin Kennard, is a neurologist who specializes, is it Kennard? Kennard sounds offensive, who specializes in the movement disorders and recently published a paper on Parkinson's. The logs released by the White House document visits from July 2023 through March of this year. More recent visits, if there have been any, would not have been released until later under the White House voluntary disclosure policy. It was unclear whether Dr. Kennard was at the White House to consult specifically about the president or was there for unrelated meetings. Dr. Kennard's LinkedIn page describes him as supporting the White House medical unit for more than 12 years. His biography on Doximity, a website for health professionals, lists him as a neurology consultant to the White House medical unit and the physician to the president from 2012 to 22, which would include the administrations of Barack Obama and Trump. Records from the Obama administration when Mr. Biden was vice president show that he made at least 10 visits in 2012, plus a family tour, 4 in 13, 1 in 2014, 4 in 2015, and 8 in 2016. Mr. Trump rescinded Mr. Obama's voluntary White House visitor disclosures policy, so records are not available for his 4 years in office. Okay, so I want to say right now, I don't know that we know anything about whether Biden does or does not have Parkinson's. The trending rumor going around right now, because of this story, is that Biden may be experiencing symptoms of Parkinson's disease. Many people think he may actually have Parkinson's. I don't know if that's fair or not, but I pulled up signs and symptoms of Parkinson's disease, and postural instability and rigidity are symptoms, mood and behavior issues, and I think they mentioned like the hands. Look, I mean,
Polio hands.
yeah, like I was mentioning this earlier when I was talking about how Democrats are calling on Biden to resign, how when you see him walk, his hands are like this, like he's having motor control issues. I thought that's a potential sign of dementia or, decreased cognitive function. Now we're hearing from the New York Times that this Parkinson's expert met monthly for 8 months. I don't know what to say, man, because, look, Joe Biden clearly is suffering. Something's wrong. We don't know what it is. The media is going to lie to us and force us to speculate. And the other issue is perhaps it's irresponsible to say a doctor who's visited the White House a ton of times over the past 10 years is doing it now. And it's like, okay, well, monthly does bring up some issues, fair point. But maybe this is, I got to be honest, the Democrats staging a coup against Joe Biden and tainting the media against him. Now, as you guys know, I've been the biggest Joe Biden supporter the entire time. He is our candidate. We're all Democrats who want him to keep running.
Yes.
And they're trying to find a way to remove him. So
Timcast IRL is firmly riding with Biden.
We've been riding with Biden.
We believe in him. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I think it's obvious that something's going on with Joe Biden. One of the things that concerns me is you're totally right. You know, if this doctor has been to the White House a number of times before, he's, you know, toured it with his family, whatever. He obviously has some kind of inside relationship there. What bothers me more is that we do not know who Joe Biden hangs out with every weekend that he spends at his home in Delaware, right? Anytime he goes to Camp David, those visitor logs are private. So what is to say, you know, maybe this doctor, this Parkinson's expert, is visiting the White House a somewhat normal amount of time for him. But he's every single weekend in Delaware. We just don't know.
Maybe this Dr. Kevin Kennard is, he hangs out with Biden for a poker game with the boys.
Yeah.
And he's just coming by the White House for the monthly poker game with the boys.
He just got invited to 8 months ago after some hiatus.
Yeah, you know, they're friends.
I mean, I think Joe Biden's not a quitter. You know, I think that you know, it's good. I think he's fine. I don't know why everybody thinks there's something wrong with him. I want him to stay right where he is. He's right where we need him to be.
Yeah.
If Joe Biden stays, I'll win $100 because I bet someone that he was going to stay. I don't think I'm going to win $100.
I think you're going to win $100.
I think that he's going to get out of there. But even like the memeing aside, you still have a man in the White House, is supposedly the commander in chief of the military, that is incapable of performing the job. He's surrounded by people that have neglected their duty to inform the American people what's going on, that he cannot do this. Like, it is clear. Now, they've beclowned themselves by making the argument that, oh, no, for ages, for years now, they've been making the argument, no, he's fine. Joe Scarborough, he's sharp as a tack. You clown. You absolute buffoon. He's sharp as a tack. You're an embarrassment. And the fact that the Democrat Party for so long said, oh, no, he's fine. The biggest lie that has been told the entire campaign season, people will talk about Donald Trump, he lies about this, he lies about that, he exaggerates, blah, blah, blah. The biggest lie that's been told the entire campaign season is that Joe Biden is competent and capable of being the commander-in-chief of the military. And this lie is not only the biggest, it's the most consequential and the one that puts the United States in the most danger, because he is not.
I want to just give a quick shout out if we can pull this article up. It is 2024, and I'm imagining that there's a lot of Gen Z young people who are in politics right now, perhaps watching this show, and if they're not, you should share this with them, because they weren't following the news 4 years ago. And it's kind of crazy that I think a lot of older people don't recognize this right away, that like, hey, dude, look, there's a 20-year-old who 4 years ago was listening to rock music, hang out with their friends, they were not in politics, and now they're sitting here being like, you know, this is going to be my first presidential election, and I'm paying attention to what's going on. The Atlantic has an article from 2020, Stay Alive, Joe Biden. Democrats need little from the frontrunner beyond his corporeal presence. 4 years ago. So when they come out and they say to you, the media covered this up, we had no idea Joe Biden was in such decline, lies. Because 4 years ago, they wrote this in the Atlantic because this is March of 2020. They knew Biden was in terrible shape and was on the verge of death. That's how they framed this. And now 4 years later, they're going, oh, who could have guessed?
And I want to point out, like, the person that wrote this, Alex Wagner, she's a propagandist from MSNBC and has been forever. They're all in on it because they want the prestige of being close to the president and to the office. They're all bad. There's not a good one among them.
I want to point out what I think may be going on with Biden and this Parkinson's expert. He's a neurology expert. I think people are tacking on the Parkinson's thing because that's maybe he just published a paper on it. Here's what I think is very, very simple. When you look at the cardinal signs, you can see postural instability, rigidity. Watch the video of Trump leaving the stage during the debate. He calmly walks off, nothing happens. Then watch Joe Biden. Jill holds his hand as he struggles to walk down 2 steps. And you'll notice, we were talking about this last week when we were leaving. I was asking some of the guys, I can't remember who was here, but I was just like, why did Biden do that weird thing where he turns to his side and then lets one leg down instead of just walking down the stairs? He's suffering from rigidity. it's hard. So he turns sideways and then puts one straight leg on the stairs and then turns to get down instead of bending his legs and hips like a younger, healthier person would do. I'm wondering if, because of these signs, they bring a doctor to check on him and see if he is suffering from something related to Parkinson's. Not that he is. I think the most reasonable approach is the doctor is checking up on him to make sure it's not.
Yeah.
It may be, but it's like, okay, we're going to come back next month and see if this is improved or not. They come back next month. Okay, here's what's going on now. So we don't know if there's a diagnosis, but I think it's fair to say we all see it. The media is now claiming to see it. I think it's fair to say that we are seeing signs that may be Parkinson's, but I must stress they could be a million other things as well.
Yeah, there's obviously something wrong with him. So, they're checking him out as often as they think necessary. But the real thing to me is that, I don't think Biden has been in charge from the beginning. I don't think he's running anything. I don't think he's capable of running anything. And the people who put him there knew that.
I think he is.
I don't think I think he's being told what to do.
I think at some point there was a shift, but I do think in the beginning he very much was. He, like most presidents, probably relies on deep state assets. I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek when I say that. His advisors, his intelligence officers, to instruct him on what they think is the best move, and then he agrees with it. I think if you look at Afghanistan, I think Afghanistan happened. If there really was someone else in charge, if it was Obama, if it was the CIA, Afghanistan would not have gone down the way it did. Unless I can't do this because it's a bit too circuitous to imply that the botched Afghanistan withdrawal was intentionally done, because now you're making a bit too many assumptions. I think what happens is Joe Biden is at a stage in his decline where he's sitting in a situation room and he's like, you gotta get him out of the airport, you get him on a plane, and then they're like, sir, what do you mean? Just get him out, get him, and they're like, whatever. And I think his cabinet, they're all looking at each other going like, okay. And then they just do these random things without plan or strategy. I think it's because of things like that you end up with other people being like, we're going to take the lead on this.
Yeah.
I think where we're at now, though, is Jill Biden being like, she's like Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings. Mm-hmm. So anybody who tries to go to Biden, she's like, sign in his ears. So I think the disarray and the chaos and the failure shows that Biden is in some semblance in charge, but it's being exploited by people who clearly show that can see that he has no strength to push back.
I think that there's always been a problem here, which is that Joe Biden was not in great shape going into 2020, but he was better. And I think there was a relationship between him and his advisors and the structure around him that was like, either some people felt like they were going to be there and they believed in Joe Biden and there's a semblance of authenticity to his leadership, or they thought he will be malleable enough, we'll be able to get our way. And it has exposed this really intense internal tension where, as he has maybe continued to decline physically, he's also still not willing to give up power. And internally, there are people who are like, no, Joe Biden is in charge. And there are other people who are like, stop, just let me do what I want. I mean, even with, there were similar criticisms of Trump's administration that he was staffed poorly, that he didn't have people in places that were giving him good advice when he needed it. And I think with Biden, you're maybe seeing something similar where, if I'm remembering correctly, he suddenly announced that he wanted to withdraw from Afghanistan by September 11th to have this sort of symbolic victory, right? But that's not strategic. He just decided this is what they were going to do. And I assume he was not the only one in the room when they were having this conversation. And so, again, it's sort of bad advice putting sort of public PR display. And I think that's really what's a lot of his campaign or a lot of his administration. It's just people who are like, how can we make him look as good as possible? Putting that before strategic military operations.
I want to jump to what I think may be my favorite story so far this year, my favorite. This is a post from Libs of TikTok. It's a clip from The View. Whoopi Goldberg says she would still vote for Biden even if he poops his pants and can't put a sentence together because she also has poopy days.
Well, who doesn't?
Right. So, as the meme goes, first they say, it's not happening. Then they say, well, so what if it is happening? Then they say, you know what? Even if it was happening, it'd be a good thing. Then they say, of course it's happening.
Yeah.
As evidenced by the border invasion. There's no invasion at the border. Then they're like, so what? Who cares if there's an invasion? Then they said, even if these people were coming, it's good because it's cultural enrichment. Now they're like, our border's being invaded a year later. Now, I also want to stress, in the previous segment we were discussing symptoms of Parkinson's that Biden may be exhibiting. And of course, the Biden pooping his pants story was this weird he was like bending over and back and forth. We don't know exactly what Biden was doing on D-Day when he was crouching down and moving back and forth like that. We all immediately thought, and this is true, a lot of people thought he was having a boom boom. He was making an accident.
Right.
There on stage. Now Whoopi Goldberg is saying she doesn't care even if he did. We're at that point in the news cycle. But I will stress, it may actually have been his postural collapse from Parkinson's, which may make more sense. And, it's funny because when we say he may have pooped his pants, the left loses it. How dare you imply that? I mean, it's possible. And I will stress this every time before we play this clip. There is more evidence Joe Biden pooped his pants than there is the Hunter Biden laptop is part of a Russian disinformation scheme. That's true. Let's play the clip from Whoopi Goldberg. Here we go.
On the day that y'all talked about it, I don't care if he's pooped his pants. I don't care if he can't put a sentence together. Show me he can't do the job, and then I'll say, okay, maybe it's time to go. Now, he had a bad night the first time that he went out and debated with Kamala Harris. And everybody wanted him to quit then and say, you can't talk to women like this, or you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. He came back, said, you know what, I got it, and gave 4 years. So, yeah, I have poopy days all the time.
Wow, all the
I
time.
step in so much food you can't even imagine. What? Now, I'm not
Elegant,
running the
classy
world,
lady.
but I don't know anybody who doesn't step in stuff at some point. So I'm just simply saying there are 2 debates. And if he can't do what he needs to do for the second debate, I'll join any crew that says get rid of him. But loyalty to me, if you are doing the job, I might not like everything you're doing.
I just want to pause real quick. Show of hands, how many people do you know that have poopy days all the time and step in it? No hands?
Nobody.
I know one.
One guy?
Yeah.
Joe Biden?
No, but somebody about his age.
Yeah, and the other question is just, she said she has poopy days all the time.
Well, that's a real
Wow.
soldier right there. That's, I mean, this
She's
is
on
like,
The View. Who knows what's going on?
pooping your pants is fine. I do it all the time. I'm voting Biden. I mean, you can't ask for more loyalty than that.
To be fair, the reason why she may be taking it so personally is that when he was accused of pooping his pants, she poops her pants all the time. She's like, hey, that's not fair. Like, you're discriminating against people with fecal incontinence.
I'm just waiting for the ableist crowd to be like, you are being discriminatory towards him.
Yes,
It's coming.
The sphincterly challenge.
I believe we will get to that point where they're going to say you're attacking Joe for a disability.
Mm-hmm.
It's not affecting his ability to do his job. It was an accident. But we are. I can't believe we got to the point where it's the so what if he pooped his pants? We all do it phase.
Well, they might turn it around and go, well, it shows that he's healthy. He had a good bowel movement. That's a good day for him.
I think that may be the next step because, of course, they're supposed to do, if it is happening, it's a good thing. And so the question then is, well, you're saying that he's unhealthy, but he's having clean bowel movements, like he's clearly in functioning order. That's right.
I mean, I think that it's also ridiculous because no matter what happened on D-Day, like whether, I know some people think like there was a chair behind him, he was going to sit down, he got confused, whatever happened, like he left the stage early. And that is a big implication on his ability to do this job, right? You're at something honoring fallen soldiers in this historic moment, and you have to leave the stage early, right? This is something that we see from Biden all the time. Even the George Stephanopoulos interview that came out over the weekend. I mean, it's only 32 minutes long. That's not that much time.
Part of the job is looking strong, looking like you can do the job, looking like you are able to perform these sort of functions that are basically formalities.
Right.
And if you can't do that, then
If you're wandering off stage, if you're falling down at every graduation, I mean, it's really not giving the confidence that I think American people need. Because that's what's stunning about the Democrats saying, we only need your corporeal form, which is saying, we don't care about this office, we care about who controls every other bureaucratic administration, which is, them being honest. I think that's true. But the American voters needed someone to rally around, someone who calms their fears at times of crisis, and it's just not Joe Biden.
I just did a quick Google search, fairly obvious, but Parkinson's can cause incontinence, both urinary and fecal.
Yep.
And so, I'm just saying, when this all went down on D-Day, the media's immediate reaction was the right is lying and they're making it up. And I'm like, we all saw this weird bending over weird thing he was doing. He's been accused of it before. But because of the nature of it, there's this reaction from even people on the right to dismiss it like, oh, you're just insulting the man, you're accusing him. There are people who are claiming he was trying to put papers on the ground. And I'm like, look, man, you pick. Was he struggling to sit down? Did he forget he was supposed to stand? Did he accidentally, was he unable to bend over to put papers on the ground? You pick which one it is. They're all bad. One is perhaps more,
Humiliating.
yes, lacking dignity, but, you know.
I mean, this is all like, I mean, to me, it's funny to meme on this stuff, but at the end of the day, I still can't get past the fact that this is a national security threat, right? Like, you've got 2 wars going on in the world that are significant conflicts. You've got Israel and you've got Ukraine, and you've got in Israel, there's a significant chance that it expands with Iran or with Hezbollah getting involved, which is essentially Iran as well. These are real threats. Like, granted, it's not likely that any of these will come back to the U.S. homeland. It's possible there could be terrorist threats, because of all of the wonderful job that the Biden administration has done at the southern border. But at the same time, you can't tell. You can never tell what is going to happen with war. Once a conflict actually goes kinetic and you've got people shooting at each other and stuff, there's a real possibility for expanding the war into any number of ways. And with the moves that NATO's been making with bringing in Finland and talking about Ukraine and stuff, it is just not at all acceptable to have a man that is completely and totally incompetent running the United States military. And that's not even talking about Taiwan. And people that are talking about, there are Democrats that are still like, oh, it's important that we solidify and we get behind Joe. Whether or not Joe Biden wins or Kamala Harris wins, if it were a situation where the Democrat wins, that China and Iran and Russia are going to look and say, now's the time for us to do things that the United States wouldn't like.
Right.
I can't say what their plans would be, but the idea that the United States exists in a vacuum, and that what happens in the United States and what happens with our government and the commander in chief, the idea that doesn't affect the other countries of the world, that's ridiculous.
It affects them hugely. I mean, I think part of the reality is if you're Evan Gershowitz's parents, or if you're Paul Whelan's family, or if you're Mark Fogel, these are all Americans who are currently detained in Russia. Do you think Joe Biden is going to get them back? No. And I realize you could say, oh, well, they have the special envoys who are in charge of... No. Ultimately, leadership in any other country responds to the head of the leadership of your country, and I just think that Joe Biden is not doing anyone any favors. In fact, I think if you're someone who's in desperate need of the federal government to intervene on your behalf, again, like Gershwitz, Paul Whelan, and Mark Fogel, if you need them to negotiate the release of your family member, this is not the government that you want in charge.
Yeah. It's clearly not the government that you want in charge. And again,
no, but what about all the people who watch The View? No, I mean, for real, there's millions of people who watch it, and I assume their demographic is predominantly like suburban women, urban. I don't think
Awfuls.
I don't know that it's your average millennial woman in New York watching The View. I think it's probably late 40s, but I mean, they're now sitting there, nodding their head along to a woman who has publicly admitted she suffers from fecal incontinence as an effort to help Joe Biden get more votes.
I mean, but also this person is not that inspirational to a lot of voters, right? There will be women in the suburbs who are watching this being like, some of them will laugh at her and be like, oh, crazy whoopee. But a lot of them will be like, you're kind of gross and weird, and I don't know that I like your opinions on anything. I mean, she is taking an interesting stand, for sure. I'll give her that. But I don't think it's the encouraging win for Joe Biden that she thinks it is.
Just imagining now, if you ever encounter like some older millennial or Gen X woman who's like, well, look, I agree with Whoopi. Like, we all have poopy days. You can just be like, yeah, you have poopy days too, right? Just like Joe Biden, you do too. That's what Whoopi said, huh?
Well, she's also kind of half-hearted in this. She's saying, look, I have this issue too, but if he doesn't do well in the next debate, then I'm going to leave him behind. The next debate is September. I mean, she's saying that she's going to bail out of this ship if he doesn't get better in the next couple months. Has Joe Biden seemed to been improving to anyone else in this room? I mean, he's been out there more. They've had him on, doing interviews or whatever else, and it just doesn't seem like this is really there. No one is turning this ship around.
The comeback interview with Stephanopoulos was a disaster. Yeah. I mean, he looked terrible.
Do you think he got a spray tan?
Of course he
Yeah,
did.
absolutely.
Didn't it look like he got a very intense spray tan to try
Who's
and
the
look
orange
healthy?
man now?
I know.
He should have gotten the hair too. He should have.
I have a meme where he looks
Go
great.
all the
like-
Well,
way,
people
man.
will do that because it's like, oh, it makes you look healthy or whatever. It's like, oh no, Joe Biden's team.
He did the orange man thing, right? He's the orange man now, and he called into Morning Joe. He's literally taking
Well,
on
and
all
he
of
did those-
Biden's stuff, all of
Trump's things.
Trump's things.
He
yeah.
is mirroring his health after him. But he also did those interviews where the radio host was like, oh, yes, I only asked questions prepared by his campaign. And he still was like, I am the first black woman to serve with
Yeah.
a black president. Like, it was so crazy. He
Yeah, and
still
when he's
couldn't
doing
believe it
those-
when they teed it up for him as a softball. Go ahead.
When he's doing those phone things, he's got papers in front of him. I read some article where people were calling in saying they could hear the papers as he was talking. He's reading. And so, when you see him try to talk without a teleprompter, or when he's being asked questions that he doesn't see coming, or even when he sees them coming, he can't put together a sentence.
Let's jump to this. No, go ahead. I'm going to move on. So if you want to know last.
Well, the only thing I'm saying is if you look at Joe Biden, a video of him now and 6 months ago and 6 months previous to that, if you look at you can see a significant decline every 6 months. It's
Someone
it's
should do a
extreme.
time lapse.
Yeah.
Like, they do those photos every day thing. Just like every public appearance of Joe Biden, put it in a sequence and watch him. Like,
There's been like 6.
Yeah, he's creepy.
so it'll be quick.
Yeah, it's like once a year you get the guy out of the crypt.
Let's jump to the story. This is The Guardian. The Democrats who have called on Joe Biden to step down, the big news was that on a phone call with top leadership in the House, they're saying Joe Biden needs to quit because if he's on the ballot, they all lose. So you got a big list. You got Lloyd Doggett, Rahul Grijalva, Seth Moulton, Mike Quigley, Annie Craig, Adam Smith, Jerry Nadler, Mark Takano, Joe Morrell. There's more. Biden ends up writing a letter to all of them basically saying, I will not step down. So, to shout out Batya Ungar Sargon, we are in the staging a coup against the duly elected nominee stage of, quote, saving democracy.
But remember, it's okay when they stage coups. It's cool if they do it. I find this fascinating, especially Angie Kane of Minnesota, because Minnesota is supposed to be a state that Biden needs coming into this election. So the fact that there's all kinds of issues there already. I mean, you had I don't remember what the term was, but basically all the people in the primary who were like, we don't like Joe Biden because of the Israel-Palestine conflict, so we're going to vote basically no confidence. We want someone else. I mean, to have states that he really wants to win starting to say we don't think we don't think you're the one on multiple angles, not just the age, on some of his foreign policy issues, is significant.
So in this letter, he writes, he says, we had a democratic nomination process and the voters have spoken clearly and decisively. I received over 14 million votes, 87% of the votes cast across the entire nominating process. I have nearly 3,900 delegates, making me the presumptive nominee of our party by a wide margin. And he goes on to say, do we now just say this process doesn't matter, that the voters don't have any say, et cetera, et cetera? If I was a Democrat calling him to resign, I have one response to this letter. Joe, deliver the speech in person,
Yeah.
and then I will accept your answer. I'm not going to read a letter that was written by a staffer or Jill.
Why couldn't he go into the White House press briefing room today and just address this, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well,
Why couldn't he?
know. I don't know, because it seems like he is really willing to communicate and he believes in his ability for the future. So I don't understand why he didn't just do it. I mean, I guess he had a really busy schedule being followed around by Vice President Kamala Harris.
I'm not. Look, if Democrats are still willing to play this game, by all means, they can do whatever game they want. We have all known since 2020 and before, Joe Biden is not with it, and he is only getting worse. In 2020, we were talking about sundowning. We were like, this guy is sundowning. It gets late, he loses his cognitive capabilities. I mean, everybody gets tired, but sundowning is a serious thing. That was in 2020, and we knew it was going to be an exponential decline. The idea that Joe wrote this letter is laughable. A staffer wrote it and sent it out,
Or Jill.
or Jill, because if it was Trump would do a rally and talk for 4 hours with ad-libbing with no prompter, telling jokes half the time. Joe Biden disappears. We played the game in 2020 when Biden was campaigning from his basement and calling a lid on all of the press events. There's no press event, you can't talk to him. Who is going to fall for this now? I mean, I can't believe people fell for it in the first place, but here we are.
Well, the great thing to me is it's so much fun to watch because the Democrats created this monster. They put him in office. They got him there. They knew who he was. They knew he was compromised. And now he doesn't want to leave. And they can't get him out because he's president. So it's going to be fun to see how they do it.
When he was posturing, when he was campaigning, like as if he was going to be a one-term president and he was going to usher in the new generation of leadership, which presumably would be female and, a person of color.
Kamala, yeah.
Kamala or someone, I really think that there was this conversation with the leadership of the Democratic Party and the Biden campaign where it was like, I'm just going to do it for 4 years and then I'll leave. No worries. And then as soon as he got in office, he was like, I'm staying for as long as I can.
I like it here. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm loving this, right? So AOC came out saying that she's standing with Joe Biden. She spoke to him extensively. He's the nominee. Trump is up massively. According to their internal polling, Trump's up like 10 points in some swing states. Mm-hmm. If we look at the actual polling right now, 538's got Trump in aggregate up 2.4. All of the latest polls have Trump absolutely above. 2 points, 5 points. If they swap Biden out with Harris, Trump's up 11. Trump v. Biden, when you include Kennedy, West, Stein, and others, he's up 6. Against Pritzker, he's up 8. Against any others, he is massively up. Pritzker, 8 points. Whitmer, 6 points. Beshear, 6 points. Newsom, 4 points. However, the polls all show, there's a couple polls, Michelle Obama crushes Trump by the double digits. I don't believe that for a second.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't. I believe she's their best option. I do, but I don't think she actually... I think she's their best option. She'd do better than Biden, but she'd still have a rough go of it.
She's not a campaigner. How would she run a campaign? She's never held office. It's a ridiculous pipe dream. It's like running Oprah.
But see, I don't think she has those political ambitions.
But I don't know if that matters, because that's just a rumor that people have speculated on, that she doesn't want to do it. I don't know what that means. I'll tell you this. What Democrats know for sure, and their reluctance to run Michelle, has a lot to do with Democrats being racist. They're not being cute. Republicans keep playing this game where they're like, oh, but for political reason, she couldn't do it. Or for political reason, she would do it. And I'm like, you see, Republicans are showing your true colors. They're not assuming race will play a role because Republicans don't consider that a factor when determining whether or not they would vote for a candidate. Mm-hmm. That's why 9 million Obama voters switched for Trump. They voted for Obama twice. It wasn't a big deal. He was a black man. But Democrats, many of them, as we know from that Yale study, they present themselves as less competent when talking with black people. And what did Barack Obama do with Joe Biden the first time? Why did they add Joe Biden to his ticket? Because they were concerned that Democrats would not vote for Barack Obama, and so they needed an old white guy. That was why they chose Joe Biden. Why did Kamala Harris join the ticket? Nobody voted for Kamala Harris. She couldn't even get a single delegate. They voted for Joe Biden. After everything, Biden has been the guy in the White House they've been using. I think if it's Michelle Obama and Harris, people underestimate there's going to be a lot of uppity suburban Democrats who are like, I respect it, but I won't vote for it.
Mm-hmm. There's the without trying to do the Democrats are the real racist kind of thing. One of the arguments that was being made consistently by people on the right when it came to CRT, when people were first learning about that phrase, critical race theory, and what it means. And we talked about this and we said this kind of stuff on the show, but critical race theory, the whole point of it is to awaken a critical race consciousness, which means make people more aware of their race. For the most part, white people in the United States had not really thought about being white. It was just kind of the way that, the way they were. And so the goal of the left was to awaken make people cognizant of the fact that they're of whatever their race is. The white people that have noticed, they're not just going to be like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to feel bad. And the fact that this is what the Democrats want, they've literally made America a more racist place. Yeah. Because if you're thinking about race and you're focusing on race, you can't help but end up being racist. Even if it's unintentionally racist, like I think there are a lot of Democrats that don't realize when they're being condescending or when they're changing the way they speak when they talk to a different race. Like, that's racist. When you're thinking about race, it makes people more racist. So congratulations, Democrats. This is what CRT provides. This is what CRT does to a society. Nothing good. It makes people more racist. You talk about DEI and Kamala Harris being a DEI candidate. That is a blatantly obvious thing. And it's because the left desires this. The left wants people to think about race. I personally liked it better when we were trying to have a less racist society, when we were doing the liberal thing, trying to focus on the individual as opposed to the race or the color of their skin. But Democrats didn't want that because they thought being racist was a vector or a way to access power. And maybe it is. But if you think that there aren't going to be people that are going to push back, you're wrong. That's just not the way that it's going to be. And it's going to make America worse because of it.
Yeah, I think there's a level of becoming so obsessed with race backfired because it was supposed to be about guilt and shame, right? It was supposed to be, I'll make certain groups feel bad so that they won't stand in my way and or will, support me as someone who deserves more than I feel as though I have gotten. And I think that doesn't last for as long as maybe they thought it would. And it's also not as honorable as they maybe presented out to be. I think people who do feel like there are issues in the country or whatever else don't feel like that model of pitting people against each other has actually gained anything for them.
Yeah, particularly for young men. Like if you're talking about, there's probably more racist young men now because they're, they don't care. Essentially, you've got young white guys that are like, well, all I get told is I'm the bad guy and I've got all these problems and all the things that I want to do make me bad and I'm blah, blah, blah. So why shouldn't I just go ahead and be like, F you and check out of society and
I think it's more than just white men, though. I think it's also, young children who grow up in enclosed communities saying every community out around us is out to get you because of the color of your skin and you need to judge this person because if they're white, they hate you. If they're whatever, it's intensifying any kind of fear of other instead of being unifying or whatever they said.
But this is a point that Jordan Peterson made. There's going to be a certain group or a certain percentage of people that are going to say, well, if this is the world that we live in, then I'm going to play to win. I don't see why I have to not play to win. I don't see why. I haven't done anything wrong personally, so I don't see why I have to just lay down and take it and accept the fact that you're going to call me names and accept the fact that there are people that are going to say I can't get a job just because of the color of my skin and accept the fact that there are all kinds of things. And there are going to be people that are going to be like, F you.
That's intentional. That's what the left wants to do. They need more racism because their whole goal is to say, we're going to protect you from that evil race over there, because they're really racist and we're the guys that are going to stand between you and them. And if they don't have enough, they have to create more. That's what CRT is all about.
Fearful and compliant.
Bring us more racism.
But when you have a cohesive culture and society and people agree to the rules and they live by those rules, everything seems to be fine, and you don't need to live in this reality where you're like, I will burn down my neighbor for power. But now we're in a fractured multicultural society where you have competing interests and some groups that don't believe in free speech, they don't believe in the Constitution, and it's getting bigger. When I spoke with Stephen Marsh, who he wrote several books, he recently wrote a novel with Andrew Yang called The Last Election. He says he's a multicultural democracy guy. And he says that in this country, you've got a multicultural democracy and a constitutional republic, and they're at odds with each other. And he's correct. These multicultural democracy people live in a world where rights don't matter. All that matters is the whim of the mass at the moment. They are not going to want to live in the world that you live in, where you're like, we have enshrined rights and we live by these rules. So what we're facing now is where I would say something like, I believe in free speech, that means free speech for everybody, even the ideas I disagree with. We are now in wartime, cultural wartime, and you cannot live in a reality where you say, I believe everyone's deserving of free speech. No, now it's everyone who agrees with free speech shall have their free speech protected, and those who seek to dismantle and destroy it will not have that right respected. This is the difference. Where in American society, where we're all like, no, we agree with free speech, there's no need to tell someone, I don't support your free speech, because we all agree. But now we're up against people who think they can utilize our principles and morals and our structures and systems against us to cause us harm and damage. And that means we now have to play to win. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of people who say things like, this is 10 years ago on social media. I remember these battles. Oh, this leftist got banned on X. It was Twitter at the time. And we would all come out and say, that's not cool, unban them. Even though they've advocated for us to be banned, we believe in free speech. Not anymore. It's cultural wartime. Now I laugh and say, good, ban the rest of them. Anybody who thinks we shouldn't have free speech, ban them all. They live by the sword. This is what they get.
This is something that I've mentioned before. Because of the philosophy that is behind liberalism and behind things like socialism and authoritarianism, you can't have a liberalism that is not going to defend itself. if a liberal or liberalism, if a liberal is engaging in an argument with someone that's an authoritarian, the authoritarian or specifically socialist nowadays, they don't feel any compulsion to be honest because they don't believe in honest exchange. They believe that words are only useful to access power, that the reason that you have dialogue is to acquire power or to embarrass your opponent. They don't believe that you can come to an argument and have an honest and open dialogue. So there's no point in arguing with them. There's no point in treating them like a liberal. We need liberals to understand that it is okay to treat people that are not liberals the way that they would treat you. If you're dealing with liberals, sure, free speech, yes. If you're dealing with liberals, sure, it's good to have honest discussion and honest debate. But if you're dealing with someone that's not a liberal, if they're only using words to manipulate and as a means to acquire power, then you, as a liberal, are well within your rights to engage in a way that will beat them. Because winning is the only thing that matters when you're dealing with people that are only concerned with power. And the left is only concerned with power. They don't believe in any of the things that they say. When they try to make conservatives or whatever live up to the principles that the conservatives have, tell them to F off. You don't have to play their games. It is about winning. When you're dealing with liberals, you're dealing with normal people that are considered what you would consider a normal Democrat from back in the day, or conservatives or whatever, then you can say, okay, it's good to go ahead and have an honest and open discussion and we can disagree and blah, blah, blah. If you're dealing with authoritarians, if you're dealing with postmodernists, if you're dealing with people that don't ascribe to Enlightenment philosophy, it doesn't matter what they say. However you can beat them, beat them.
Nick, I wonder what your experience with the Democratic Party has been like, because you're from Kentucky and it has one of the only Democratic governors in that area, right?
Well, I'm from North Carolina. I
okay.
just recently moved to Kentucky.
Okay, but I mean, I feel like the Democratic Party has changed a lot in the last 10 years, but, definitely since the early 2000s, and some of that is the philosophical and ideological concepts that have been introduced, but some of it is just also maybe party leadership. I mean, what's your view of it?
Well, I think really everything changed. I was in Hollywood when Obama was elected, and I think that's when everything really went hard left. That's when it became like, if you don't support Obama, you're a racist, you need to shut up, you need to be silenced. That's when everybody in Hollywood kind of like knuckled down and went underground. If you were not a Democrat, if you weren't an open Democrat at that time, you had to keep your mouth shut.
Right.
I, of course, didn't. But
before that, it wasn't as bad?
It wasn't quite as bad. I mean, it was still bad during the Bush years, but when Obama got in, that's when it got ugly.
Really?
Because that's when it took a hard turn. And, speaking of free speech, there was a really interesting thing that happened this week with Gina Carano, who got run out of Disney for this innocuous tweet about how, the COVID vaccine, we're treating each other like the Nazis treated each other. Or something like that. I'm not saying it right.
Yeah.
But she lost her job, everything famously canceled, all that. She's now suing Disney. Just this past week, Mark Ruffalo put up this tweet about how you're seeing history repeat itself. After the Supreme Court decision, he put up this picture of the Nazis in Germany. And it's like Gina had a correct response to that, which is like, that's fine. It's fine if he wants to say that. But if I say that, on the other side, I have to get canceled, and Ruffalo gets to say whatever he wants. And that's how they function. It's free speech as long as we agree with it. Yeah. But if you say anything that we don't agree with, we're going to cancel you, we're going to run you out, we're going to make sure that you're not employable, and that you don't have a chance to even explain what you meant.
And this is changing. We are pushing back, and we are winning in this regard, and we're going to keep doing it, and they're going to thrash and whine as we continually tell them to shut up.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's the reality of it.
Thing.
There's a big thing happening in skateboarding, which is, more personal to me, but I think really matters to the culture war, in that a few years ago, 3 years ago, we're building these ramps, we're building this park out in the West Virginia area, tri-state, and I get these pro skateboarders, some of the biggest in the world with big followings, messaging me saying things like, I completely agree with you, I love your show, you are correct, things like that. And I say, hey man, you need to say something because you're in a position of influence for a lot of young people, you need to speak up. I'm not saying go out and scream MAGA 2020 or 2024. I'm saying just go out there and be like, if someone says something crazy, you can just say, well, I don't know about all that. That's simple. The response that I get, I can't do that. I'll lose all my sponsors. I'll lose my job. And I said, okay, well, all that is required for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. And I get it. I get why some of these guys, I'm not going to name them, why they were scared to say anything. Well, something happened interestingly within the past couple of years. Something interesting has happened, and that is, while when it comes to Disney and movies and films and stuff, you are still fighting a juggernaut, the skateboard industry is not nearly as large. So when the money starts to rescind because of a bad economy, well, people aren't going out and buying new shoes and new skateboards and new gear. They're not doing as much anymore. When it comes to what am I going to buy this month, skateboards are not high up on the list, unfortunately. So a lot of these pros lost their incomes. Some of them are now famously working at department stores. They're Uber drivers. And these are guys, they never made a lot of money, but pro skateboarders maybe in the heyday were making $80K a year. Some of them making over 100, and a small handful are millionaires. Now you've got these guys who have no jobs anymore. Their sponsorships might cover a couple $100 to $1,000 a month, not nearly enough to live off of in your 30s. So now what happens is, cord's been cut. No longer are they saying, I'm going to lose my job if I speak up. Now they're saying, I ain't even got a job. Now a lot of these guys are starting to speak up. Now we're starting to see a lot of these pro skateboarders get sponsored by Public Square. Public Square famously sponsoring Nitro Circus, pro skateboarders, amazing skaters like Beaver Fleming, riding for Public Square. This guy is not like one of the other guys. Beaver's awesome. He speaks up. He's very, public about what he believes, and I got massive respect for him. But a lot of these guys, they're basically saying, if I want to keep working, I now have to take sponsorship from either Public Square or Black Rifle Coffee. I got to tell you, a couple of years ago when I found out Travis Pastrana was dumping Red Bull for Black Rifle, I was like, we are winning. I mean, Travis is huge, superstar. And he's like, Black Rifle Coffee is his new sponsor, no more Red Bull. I'm like, wow, that's an amazing shift. And of course, they're losing their minds over it. The woke people don't have the ability because they don't have the money to actually sustain anyone's livelihood. So these guys who have families, they have kids, they're saying, what keeps me alive and what puts food in the belly of my son? And I'm showing up to these guys and I'm saying, yeah, we got a team of skaters. We pay them a salary. And we pay them more than most skateboarders make from any sponsorship. And they're like, you won. That's what we've needed for a long time. The ability to live, work, be creative, and actually make money. And I'm like, well, this is what we're building. Now we've got here at the Boonies HQ, big pro skateboarders talking about coming in, wanting to be involved. We're signing contracts with a bunch of these guys, and these woke losers who are trying to gatekeep and burn it all down, they have lost whatever power they had because their power only came from one thing, the threat of taking your job away. But I got news for these people. If they send me a mass email saying, hey, you know, pro skateboarder is racist, bigot, insert, I'm going to print it out because I could use a good laugh, and I'm going to show it to my friends. And this guy's not going to be at risk at all. So they have no power anymore. This is one industry where I can say we are starting to win. The scary thing is the Barracks, one of the biggest skate media industry things, shuts down. Braille skateboardings, the Barracks is shut down, but their warehouse is gone, their skate spot. And Braille skateboarding gone. Skateboarding is suffering. So I can't speak for what the Daily Wire is doing, what you guys are doing. You're fighting Hollywood, which is this big behemoth that still has massive power. But where I'm at, skateboarding collapsed already. So all I had to do was walk in with a couple bucks and be like, guys, I'm going to try and reinvest in this community and try and keep people from falling into the dark depths. And now I got these woke skateboarders losing their minds over it. They're furious, but there's no jobs to be taken. So this is how we push back in a culture war. You take opportunity where you can, defend what you love, and build what you can where you can.
Well, we make fun of Joe Biden, and it's all hilarious in a way. But, one thing we have to remember is how really evil what he's doing to the people of January 6th is. Because you talk about a free speech issue, that is exactly what that was. That was a free speech issue, and what they are doing to the January 6th people is trying to silence them. That's what this is all about, they're punishing these people publicly in a way that sends a message that says, don't ever do this again. Don't protest anything that we do, or this is what will happen to you. And people forget about January 6th because it was over 3 years ago, but people are still being arrested today. 2 weeks ago, a guy named Tommy Tatum, who's in my movie, The War on Truth, he was arrested. He was the guy right beside Roseanne Boylan when she was beaten to death. My friend Jay Johnston, an actor in Hollywood, he pled guilty today to 1 count because they bled him dry. They completely ruined his life. They made him a pariah in the Hollywood community. He couldn't get a job. He lost his friends. And that's what these plea deals are about. The government marches around and say, oh, we've convicted 1,000 out of 1,400 people we've arrested, 1,000 convictions. Most of those are plea deals because they know that they can't get a fair trial in D.C. So they pile up the charges on these guys.
I'm going to kill some noobs for a moment. Hold on. This shit is always fucking crazy, man. Let's kill some noobs. brother.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more. We require more. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I'm saying just go out there and be like, if someone says something crazy, you can just say, well, I don't know about all that. That's simple. The response that I get, I can't do that. I'll lose all my sponsors. I'll lose my job. And I said, okay, well, all that is required for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. And I get it. I get why some of these guys, I'm not going to name them, why they were scared to say anything. Well, something happened interestingly within the past couple of years. Something interesting has happened, and that is, while when it comes to Disney and movies and films and stuff, you are still fighting a juggernaut, the skateboard industry is not nearly as large. So when the money starts to rescind because of a bad economy, well, people aren't going out and buying new shoes and new skateboards and new gear. They're not doing as much anymore. When it comes to what am I going to buy this month, skateboards are not high up on the list, unfortunately. So a lot of these pros lost their incomes. Some of them are now famously working at department stores. They're Uber drivers. And these are guys, they never made a lot of money, but pro skateboarders maybe in the heyday were making $80K a year. Some of them making over 100, and a small handful are millionaires. Now you've got these guys who have no jobs anymore. Their sponsorships might cover a couple hundred to $1,000 a month, not nearly enough to live off of in your 30s. So now what happens is, cord's been cut. No longer are they saying, I'm going to lose my job if I speak up. Now they're saying, I ain't even got a job. Now a lot of these guys are starting to speak up. Now we're starting to see a lot of these pro skateboarders get sponsored by Public Square. Public Square famously sponsoring Nitro Circus, pro skateboarders, amazing skaters like Beaver Fleming, riding for Public Square. This guy is not like one of the other guys. Beaver's awesome. He speaks up. He's very, public about what he believes, and I got massive respect for him. But a lot of these guys, they're basically saying, if I want to keep working, I now have to take sponsorship from either Public Square or Black Rifle Coffee. I got to tell you, a couple of years ago when I found out Travis Pastrana was dumping Red Bull for Black Rifle, I was like, we are winning. I mean, Travis is huge, superstar. And he's like, Black Rifle Coffee is his new sponsor, no more Red Bull. I'm like, wow, that's an amazing shift. And of course, they're losing their minds over it. The woke people don't have the ability because they don't have the money to actually sustain anyone's livelihood. So these guys who have families, they have kids, they're saying, what keeps me alive and what puts food in the belly of my son? And I'm showing up to these guys and I'm saying, yeah, we got a team of skaters. We pay them a salary. And we pay them more than most skateboarders make from any sponsorship. And they're like, you won. That's what we've needed for a long time. The ability to live, work, be creative, and actually make money. And I'm like, well, this is what we're building. Now we've got here at the Boonies HQ, big pro skateboarders talking about coming in, wanting to be involved. We're signing contracts with a bunch of these guys. And these woke losers who are trying to gatekeep and burn it all down, they have lost whatever power they had because their power only came from one thing, the threat of taking your job away. But I got news for these people. If they send me a mass email saying, hey, pro skateboarder is racist, bigot, insert, I'm going to print it out because I could use a good laugh and I'm going to show it to my friends. And this guy's not going to be at risk at all. So they have no power anymore. This is one industry where I can say we are starting to win. The scary thing is the Barracks, one of the biggest skate media industry things, shuts down. Braille skateboardings, the Barracks is shut down, but their warehouse is gone. Their skate spot. And Braille skateboarding gone. Skateboarding is suffering. So I can't speak for what the Daily Wire is doing, what you guys are doing. You're fighting Hollywood, which is this big behemoth that still has massive power. But where I'm at, skateboarding collapsed already. So all I had to do was walk in with a couple bucks and be like, guys, I'm going to try and reinvest in this community and try and keep people from falling into the dark depths. And now I got these woke skateboarders losing their minds over it. They're furious, but there's no jobs to be taken. So this is how we push back in a culture war. You take opportunity where you can, defend what you love, and build what you can where you can.
Well, we make fun of Joe Biden, and it's all hilarious in a way. But, one thing we have to remember is how really evil what he's doing to the people of January 6th is. Because you talk about a free speech issue, that is exactly what that was. That was a free speech issue, and what they are doing to the January 6th people is trying to silence them. That's what this is all about, is they're punishing these people publicly in a way that sends a message that says, don't ever do this again. Don't protest anything that we do, or this is what will happen to you. And people forget about January 6th because it was over 3 years ago, but people are still being arrested today. 2 weeks ago, A guy named Tommy Tatum, who's in my movie, The War on Truth, he was arrested. He was the guy right beside Roseanne Boylan when she was beaten to death. My friend Jay Johnston, an actor in Hollywood, he pled guilty today to 1 count because they bled him dry. They completely ruined his life. They made him a pariah in the Hollywood community. He couldn't get a job. He lost his friends. And that's what these plea deals are about. The government marches around and say, oh, we've convicted 1,000 out of 1,400 people we've arrested, 1,000 convictions. Most of those are plea deals because they know that they can't get a fair trial in D.C. So they pile up the charges on these guys, and they have to take the plea deal just to save their own lives.
Your friend's the guy from Bob's Burgers, am I right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Jay Johnson.
It's so interesting because this is something that a lot of Americans now know someone who has been affected this way. The fact that, I mean, we've had Brandon Strzok on the show, and he said, I took a plea deal because I didn't feel like I had any other options.
Right.
And really, with any kind of federal investigation or even state level, we could talk about stuff going on in New York. They're spending the American people's money to then put them in jail, right? I mean, I can understand where maybe there are some people on January 6th who said, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have, done something small. But they are really being treated as though they were completely, it's being escalated to a point where it's unreasonable, and they are having the full force of the American federal system go after them. What are you supposed to do? I mean, especially considering how expensive lawyers are, you just fight it until you can't anymore. And then ultimately the federal government still has money to spend on you because, by the way, you still have to pay your taxes, which they will then use to prosecute you with. It's a crazy system.
One more thing, the plea deal situation, the perfect illustration of that is Simone Gold and John Strand. They walked into the White House, into the Capitol. She made a speech. The police saw them go in. They both did the exact same thing. They were in the Capitol building for about a minute and a half. John Strand refused to take the plea deal, and he went and fought it because he said, I didn't do anything wrong. Simone Gold took the plea deal. She did 30 days. John Strand went to trial. He tells me in the movie, he mounted a vigorous defense. The jury didn't care. The prosecution lied about what he did that day. Jury didn't care. He got 3.5 years. And that's what the plea deal situation is all about. That's why people take the plea deal.
Go ahead.
But the plea deal situation is a terrible thing all across the judicial system, not just concerning January 6th.
The trial tax.
Yeah, it is a way to make somebody admit to something that they didn't do.
I think the issue we have here, and shout out to John, tremendously brave and honorable thing to do, to stand up for your rights, and just tremendous bravery and tremendous respect in his direction. But I think people need to recognize we are not dealing with a cohesive culture that believes in rights and the Constitution. If you are going to a jury trial in D.C., you will go to jail,
right?
And it is not because of some, well, you were convicted by a jury of your peers. It's because you're an enemy.
Right.
It's because you're a political enemy. Right. This is the kind of thing that we see in countries that are on the verge of collapse. Again, that is not prescriptive. I don't know what happens to the United States in the coming years, but I think it has been widely accepted by academics and journalists across the spectrum. We are in civil strife. Civil strife periods do not always lead to civil war. There, I said it. But we have talked about this quite a bit. I've been involved in copyright cases. First thing my lawyer says to me is, where can we file? You file in a blue district, you lose. You file in a red district, you win. No question. Tim Pool files a lawsuit in West Virginia over a copyright issue. That jury is going to be like, we love Tim Pool. Tim wins. You go to New York, they're going to be like, far right, he loses. It's not even about the merits anymore. Right. So every single one of these J6ers, let's take a look at the Antifa riots on January, I believe it was the 20th, 2017, at Donald Trump's inauguration, when the far left to hundreds to 1,000 or so rampaged through D.C., burning, setting vehicles on fire, starting fires in the streets, smashing up windows. What was the end result of that? Free to go with a payout. Many of these people filed a lawsuit against the federal government and won. Mm-hmm. They won money. J6ers, it didn't matter if you were. So I met a woman, her and her husband showed up several hours after the riots and everything had been breached. They were walking around D.C., and they walked up a clear and open pathway. They walked up to an open door, walked inside for a minute or two, looked around, and then left, having no idea what was going on. 18-month sentence. Because when you go to trial in D.C., you are standing before communists with one goal: to lock up a political enemy. End of story. And there are too many people on the right who are like, I'm going to give my... Look, you're walking into a dragon's den to plead that he should not eat you. And I don't see why the dragon's going to be like, that was a great argument.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. No, and it's happened to so many people. And the thing that really we have to remember is that it's not over. Matthew Graves, who is maybe the biggest scumbag in the history of D.C., and that's saying something, he has declared that he's going to arrest 1,000 more J6ers. And they're arresting them at the rate of 5 or 6 a week. A lot of these guys that, 2.5 years go by after the first FBI visit, they think it's over. Suddenly they're arrested.
It's gross. It's because it's like badges of honor saying, look how many of those wild J6ers I locked up, but you're just wasting time and resources for your own political vendetta. And the thing is, all American taxpayers are paying for it. It's not just the people who vote Democrat. It's conservatives paying for their friends and family's conviction. I think that's gross.
And actual crime in D.C. is out of control because they're using all their resources to go after the enemies of democracy.
So let me ask this question then. Based on what we've seen with the J6ers and what we know about D.C. juries, 90+% Democrats. They don't care whether you did anything right or wrong. They care that you are a Trump supporter, and they're going to lock you up. Already, Missouri's AG, Andrew Bailey, has filed a lawsuit to the Supreme Court against New York. New York is interfering in the election with an unconstitutional gag order on Trump. He argues the people of Missouri deserve to hear from the frontrunner on what he has to say. And New York is threatening him, interfering in that election. They cite other things as well. What will the Supreme Court decide? I don't know. In 2020, when Texas sued Pennsylvania for unconstitutional changes to their electoral process, the Supreme Court's general opinion was, you have no standing. You are Texas, not Pennsylvania. That's wrong. Thomas and Alito both said that's wrong. They should have taken the case. The argument is, if we are all agreeing to rules of an election in the Constitution, and one state breaks those rules to alter the outcome, it does impact the votes of other parties to this system. It should have been answered. What do you think is going to happen? I mean this both rhetorically for the audience, people want to comment, but also an actual question. When various states invariably in this election launch the lawsuits against other states and to the federal government, and we know that a New York jury is going to decide Democrat wins, federal Democrat judges, Obama appointees, and it won't fall this way 100%, but Clinton and Obama judges are going to say Democrats win. Trump and Bush judges, maybe not necessarily Bush judges, but you'll see more so saying, no, Trump wins. What happens to this country when there are challenges to the election that are determined purely based on the politics of the region and not the merits of the case?
It's already happening. I mean,
well, of course.
Yeah. And I think it gets worse.
At the J6 level, we can see what happens. These guys. So let's stress this. There have been a few defendants who are acquitted because you can't charge someone with trespassing when they've been given no warning that they're trespassing.
That's like a handful, though.
It was like 2 or 3 guys.
Yeah.
One guy got convicted on some charges, but acquitted, had the other charges dropped because he wasn't trespassing, but he did do other things. One guy had a cop wave him in. And the judge said, yeah, that cop waved him in. So you can't charge him with trespassing. All charges dropped. However, the overwhelming majority of people, Democrats don't care. They don't care whether they knew they were trespassing or not. The law doesn't matter to them. They want you to burn. Yeah. So what's going to happen then when red states sue blue states? The Supreme Court says, not interested. There's not going to be a clean resolution. Donald Trump convicted in New York, and we know it's BS, and the Democrats cheer. Half the country knows those charges are false. Half the country doesn't care one way or the other. What's the resolution?
Yeah. Well, a perfect example is the recent Supreme Court 1512 decision, which all the J6 community was very excited about. The Supreme Court threw out the 1512 to say you couldn't use that to prosecute these people. And immediately, Matthew Graves, the next day, said, this is only going to affect 2 to 3%, and we're going to take 30 to 60 days to decide how we can change what we charge them with so that it fits in the Supreme Court decision. So they're never going to admit, even when the Supreme Court says they're wrong, they're never going to admit it. They're just going to try to find a way around it.
When Andrew Cuomo shut down churches in New York during COVID unconstitutionally, he was sued and he lost. Under the First Amendment, you cannot shut down a church. So what did he say? He took his executive order, crumpled it up, threw it in the garbage, and said, and now I'm going to make another one sign it, sue me over that. Throws it out. The Supreme Court, the federal courts, cannot answer these fast enough. And so these despots are saying, I can do whatever I want until the court tells me otherwise, and then I'll find a loophole. And that's exactly what's happening now. It took how long? Honest question. How long did it take for the Supreme Court to finally answer that question?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
And now they're going to say, okay, let's do a different charge. 2 more years of waiting.
Yeah.
And this is an instance where the process is part of the punishment. So even if they don't get you in, put you in jail for, whatever, 10 years or whatever they're trying to do, the fact that you get picked up, that you have to go through this, you have to defend yourself, it's a
Spend all
nightmare.
your money. Spend all your money.
It's true. I mean, there's a guy, he's in holding in Brooklyn. Do you know who this guy is? He's been locked up for 3 years, and they're putting him in solitary. He's not been charged yet. He hasn't faced trial. So when they're doing these things, there are people being held who haven't been charged yet. Okay, it's been 3+ years. It's remarkable to me that there's any person saying this country is not at risk of civil war. We are watching the federal government violate the Constitution straight to the faces of the Supreme Court justices who said, this charge is out, you can't do it. And they said with a straight face, we don't care what the highest court in this land thinks. We are going to wait before we drop the charges, and then we're going to find a different charge anyway. So the Supreme Court is powerless. At a certain point, maybe people on the right who keep denying that things are breaking apart in this country will recognize when the Supreme Court says it is so, and all of these states are increasingly saying we don't care, there is no Supreme Court anymore. There is no government. When they deny your lawsuits, citing standing without merit. How about Pennsylvania? They ruled in the merits. The lower court said, actually, yeah, universal mail-in voting is a violation of the Constitution of Pennsylvania. And the higher court says, who cares? We pass it anyway. What happens? Where's the resolution to this? I genuinely don't know. My fear is we already have the Missouri lawsuit against New York citing election interference. We are going to get many, many more of these. The moment we see what Wisconsin just ruled, the ballot drop boxes are back. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
Yeah.
So we're now going to see a ton of lawsuits. They're probably already being drafted. You're going to get one state suing Wisconsin saying you are breaking the rules. Only the state legislatures can make these changes. We are going to end up at November with a plethora of lawsuits to the Supreme Court. A lot of these are going to be already what we're seeing now with A.G. Bailey's lawsuit. It's on the emergency docket. So after we talked about it, some people were concerned they filed too late. No, they said it's original jurisdiction on the emergency docket. The Supreme Court will have to answer this very, very soon. Is New York interfering in the election? I got a feeling they're going to say, standing, we're not getting involved. We are going to see lawsuit after lawsuit at the state level, because in the first lawsuit, Texas v. Pennsylvania, I think you had 48 states involved filing amicus briefs on behalf of other states. And then we're not going to get a resolution to any of these questions because we didn't in 2020. What happens if Wisconsin or any one of these swing states with mixed leadership, a Democrat governor and a Republican legislature, the election has changed? The legislature, once again, like they did in 2020, says these electoral vote counts are incorrect because we did not vote on these changes to the election law. The governor says, don't know, don't care, I'm signing anyway. A Republican-controlled Congress is now at an impasse. You will be removed from Congress if you allow uncertified electors that are being disputed to count. That's going to be the vice president. So Kamala Harris is going to be counting this, but with Republican Congress, it may be different. What happens when Wisconsin submits electors the governor says are good and the legislature says are bad? Do they throw them out? Do they run them through? What happens if, without the Supreme Court listening, they just say we're going to say it's all through anyway? When Donald Trump is up several points, what happens if we don't get to 270 for either candidate because 4 or 5 states cannot solve their internal disputes over who's actually the electoral vote's going to? I have no idea. It may happen like 2020, where the lawsuits happen, the Supreme Court farts into their hands and then ignores the question. And then I don't see how the people in this country go through another period where there are legal challenges that go unanswered. The Supreme Court's refusal to answer Texas v. Pennsylvania has left a gigantic burn hole in the fabric of this country, and people are on edge. January 6th proved that. What happens in 2024 when you get the same thing times 10?
And what happens in 2024 if Trump actually does win? Do you really think they're going to allow him to take office?
Same thing.
Yeah.
There's going to be swing states. If, let's say Trump wins Wisconsin. Governor's going to say, I won't certify. No, there were problems with our election. Sorry.
You got to save democracy.
Yep. If they're willing to file false charges against Trump, if they are willing to put his lawyers in prison, and Wisconsin is doing this, what makes anyone believe that in a close election in a swing state, the Democrat governor, I don't who's the Democrat, Wisconsin's the Democrat governor, right?
Yeah, is it Tony Evers, Wisconsin?
It might be. It's been a while. But what happens when this guy's just like, I'm not going to certify these electors because we've got election problems. Russia interfered.
Yeah.
So not submitting electors. Even if they know the end result is going to be a contingent election in the House where Republican delegations vote for Trump, maybe they don't even do it. Maybe you get some of these rhino Republicans who are like, I will not support Donald Trump, and then we're left in limbo with who's the president.
Well, so many of their congressmen are compromised, you know. I mean, they can be manipulated, you know, Republicans and Democrats.
They form some coalition, and they decide we're going to compromise on who the president will be, and they make the argument that it shouldn't be Biden or Trump, and then they pick somebody else.
You know, Hannah, you asked before about what was the biggest difference between Democrats back then and Democrats now. It's now they don't care about right and wrong. It's raw power now.
Yeah.
It's whatever they can get away with. That's what they're going to do.
It's interesting because when you talk about Joe Manchin, who just left being a Democrat, he's now an independent, it makes me think about there was a time when Democrats and Republicans wanted the same solution. They wanted the same end result. They wanted prosperous American people. They wanted them to have nice things, but how they wanted to go about it was very different. And so, of course, they were going to be in conflict. But now it seems as though, and probably not all of them, but generally someone who labels themselves Democrat does not want the same thing as someone who considers themselves a Republican.
Let's jump to the story from SCNR. Despite Joe Biden's physical and mental failings, many people are still wondering, what is the shadow campaign? What is the angle that Democrats will try to employ to win? From SCNR, Biden administration opposes effort to verify citizenship during voter registration. The SAVE Act will safeguard our elections by ensuring only American citizens vote in federal elections, said Speaker Mike Johnson. As this story is by Hannah Claire Brimelow, I'll ask you, what's going on?
Well, okay. So the SAVE Act is a piece of legislation that's coming up. It should go to the floor for a vote this week. And it's an effort by definitely, I would say House Republicans and congressional Republicans overall to make it so if you're registering to vote, you have to present a form of citizenship. So it's twofold. If you're someone who works at like the DMV, before you give someone the forms to register to vote, you have to say, are you an American citizen? And they have to then provide proof of citizenship, a passport. It could be a military ID. There's a couple different things. But also, as the person who is registering to vote, you have to then meet that burden of proof. You have to bring something to prove that you are a citizenship. So a couple other things like the Department of Homeland Security is allowed to then potentially start deportation processes for someone who has been found to have illegally registered to vote, a non-citizen, and things like that. But it's fascinating to me because Biden's response is, well, it's already illegal to vote as a non-citizen, so this is ridiculous, and you guys should vote on our bill. I mean, it's a complete get out of here swerve, and you're seeing, Speaker Mike Johnson was tweeting sort of a summary of the bill, and he's saying, we should protect our elections. We have seen unprecedented, Chip Roy of Texas talking about this too, we've seen unprecedented illegal immigration in this country. I mean, it's like over 10 million people who are in the country illegally, over almost 1 million people who have overstayed their tourist visas during 2022. We should make sure that people who want to vote are in fact American citizens. And this is offensive to Democrats in America. That's mind-blowing to me.
We've been warning, because of the Help America vote verification system, weird numbers, that something like this was at play. So when Republicans are like, hey, you got to be a citizen to vote, and Democrats go, no. I mean, yes, but no. It kind of makes you wonder, Is it staring us in the face what their plan is? Now, Elon Musk has chimed in. He tweeted, he X-posted. When combined with mail-in ballots, the system is designed to make it impossible to prove fraud. Mail-in and drop-box ballots should not be allowed, as cameras on the in-person voting stations would at least prevent large-scale fraud by counting how many people showed up versus ballots cast. Dare I say, no mail-in ballots, no ballot boxes, in person only, with cameras counting how many people come and go.
I mean, that's only if you want a secure election, right? If you want it to be something that we trust, the process that we prove, then we would do something like that. But instead, if you want there to be gray area, so you could potentially abuse a loophole or, have a good sleight of hand like a true magician, then you wouldn't want these things. I mean, all of these efforts to secure the election, if the Biden administration is saying it's already illegal to vote as an illegal alien, then why would you not just let them pass this bill anyway? It's not hurting you. It's just reinforcing existing books on laws on the books. If you think that the elections are secure and someone is like, well, then why can't we have cameras there? Why would you question that? You can just let them have it.
Because they want fraud. I mean, if the Democrats came out and said, we don't want you to keep checking IDs for kids trying to buy beer, right? We want to outlaw that. What would you think they wanted? They wanted to make it legal or okay for underage people to buy beer.
Or easier.
And that's how I feel about Pornhub, right?
Yeah.
So Pornhub is withdrawing from all these states, saying they're trying to abuse your privacy by requiring us to make sure the people who access this website are over 18. Well, I think maybe they just want children, minors, to have access to their site.
Exactly.
Take a look at this from the Social Security Administration. We've covered this story quite a bit over the past few months. This is the Help America Vote Verification System. It is specific. When someone signs up to vote, if they register to vote but they do not have an ID, the form is submitted to the DMV, who submits it to the Social Security Administration to verify the person's Social Security number and name match. Now, for June 22nd, 2024, Pennsylvania had 90,980 individuals attempt to register to vote, but they did not have IDs. How does something like that happen? Well, of course, maybe there's an explanation. I don't know. The argument made is that it could be voter roll cleanup, that they're going through their voter rolls and trying and asking for these verifications to make sure these people are real. Now, unfortunately, that makes no sense. First, voter roll cleanup is not allowed for this. It specifically states on the SSA website, it is only when someone fills out a new registration and then submit that new registration. There is a possibility, I suppose, that they've allowed for this to happen. You want to clean up your voter rolls? Send in old registration applications. The question is, in this case, and we need answers, do the states retain registration forms after the person's already registered? Or does the registration form get shredded after their information is input into the voter roll? Meaning the documents showing you on the voter roll is different from your registration form. Excuse me. If they keep them, then they're submitting old forms to the SSA, possibility. If they don't keep them, I don't know what they are submitting, but here's where it gets important. Out of the 90,980 registration attempts with no ID, you want to pull this up, Kellen? You have 4,527 non-matches. So hold on a minute. Who are the 4,527 people who tried to register to vote with no ID who did not come up in the SSA website system? They don't have Social Security numbers? Okay, possibility. Some of them put their name or number in wrong. Okay, it's a possibility, but 4,527 people did not make that mistake. Now, hold on. 86,453 came back as matches with Social Security numbers, and you have 85 who are dead. So 85 dead people tried to register to vote? Look, there's explanations people always try to make, but you mean to tell me that in a 1 week period, Pennsylvania had nearly 100,000 people try to register with no ID, and 85 were dead? How does that happen? How does a dead person try to register to vote without an ID? How does a dead person try to register to vote?
Maybe they have help from someone. Maybe someone takes their ID there for them.
There's no argument that in 1 week, a guy went to register to vote, had a heart attack on the spot, and then the SSA got the reporting of his death before that application made it to their desk. None of this makes sense. And this has not been answered to yet. Now, Texas's number, you see it's way down. Earlier in the year, it was in the millions. Every other week, hundreds of thousands of people without IDs registering. Arizona, 47,928. Here's one for you. How did 11,374 people try to register to vote without an ID and have no match? So the Social Security number they provide with their name did not match any in the actual system. How is that happening? Maybe the federal government is giving voter cards or something, or they're doing something. I don't know.
Well, in their statement opposing the SAVE Act, the Biden administration said, this isn't going to stop people from illegally registering. In fact, it will make it harder for American citizens to register. So I just generally think they have an extremely low opinion of American citizens' IQ and abilities. I mean, you're telling me that someone who has to bring, I don't know, their driver's license to rent an apartment or do anything, they're subjected to all kinds of verifications of their age or status in other ways during regular course of life. Somehow, when registering to vote, that would be the most impossible time. I mean, if you're at the DMV and you have to bring, I don't know, your birth certificate, you're pretty much able to verify citizenship there. Shout out to birthright citizenship. I mean, if you're born in America, you're a citizen. So it's not that hard, and yet the Biden administration, the federal government stance right now is it's impossible. The Americans could never figure it out. And so that's why I think you can have systems like this where the numbers just don't look right, and the federal government ultimately feels as though you are too incompetent to question them, and that you will buy anything they tell you about any discrepancies in any sort of data they present.
Well, people who vote for Democrats, I have a pretty low opinion of them too.
I mean, but surely they also know how to, I don't know, use their driver's license, prove that they have residency somewhere. I mean, it's
of course.
It's so, I don't understand why this doesn't insult more people, but instead they're sort of like, well, we can't talk about what they're doing. The benevolent overlords in the Biden administration are going to protect me.
Yeah.
It's frustrating to hear people, parrot the same kind of remarks about it. It's like, oh, well, there's already a law against voting if you're not a citizen and stuff. And these same people would be like, oh, I want to have a whole bunch of gun laws. There's already laws against murder.
Yeah.
There's already laws against destruction of someone else's property, and they're very quick to jump on the bandwagon and be like, we need more laws. We need more laws. Why is this different? Especially considering the fact that it's clear that there has been an influx of 7 to 10 million people over the past 4 years. Certainly there's enough people that have come in illegally that would be inclined to try to vote to sway a district, sway a couple districts. Not that it would be, maybe there isn't enough people to go ahead and sway the whole country, but that doesn't really matter. All they have to have is enough people in the right places.
Right. It's the same logic that was campaigning against having a citizenship question on the census about, however many years ago. And it's like, well, you'll scare people who are here illegally. Well, maybe that's okay because they're here illegally, right? Maybe we shouldn't be just incentivizing people to live in a way that is undocumented, partially because it's bad for our country, partially because it's bad for their own safety, right?
When have we in recent history or ever done citizenship verification on ballots? Have we gone through the ballots to verify citizenship?
Not that I remember. I don't know.
Well, we're not allowed to ask when we register them if they're citizens. So then if you get to the point where you get a ballot and can submit it, how would anybody check that? I mean, it's such an easy fix. And for whatever reason, and we all know the actual reason, they don't want to implement it.
It is laughable that Republicans think they will win anything without having this question be answered the whole time. This has been months. It was back in March we first reported these numbers, and they've not been answered. I think it was Missouri saying, clearly you're mistaken. This is not happening. No. I think Missouri said, it's voter roll cleanup. Texas said, clearly you are mistaken. We have not registered these. West Virginia said, we will not accept voter registrations from the federal government because Biden signed an executive order back in 2021 to create federal voter registration programs for states. And only a small handful of states said, F off with that. We won't accept that. I don't know how Republicans think they're going to win. Come November, mail-in votes, all of this garbage nonsense. Republicans think they're playing this game. Pennsylvania had 90,980 individuals attempt to register to vote, but they did not have IDs. How does something like that happen? Well, of course, maybe there's an explanation. I don't know. The argument made is that it could be voter roll cleanup, that they're going through their voter rolls and trying and asking for these verifications to make sure these people are real. Now, unfortunately, that makes no sense. First, voter roll cleanup is not allowed for this. It specifically states on the SSA website, it is only when someone fills out a new registration and then submit that new registration. There is a possibility, I suppose, that they've allowed for this to happen. You want to clean up your voter rolls? Send in old registration applications. The question is, in this case, and we need answers, do the states retain registration forms after the person's already registered? Or does the registration form get shredded after their information is input into the voter roll? Meaning, the documents showing you on the voter roll is different from your registration form. Excuse me. If they keep them, then they're submitting old forms to the SSA, possibility. If they don't keep them, I don't know what they are submitting, but here's where it gets important. Out of the 90,980 registration attempts with no ID, you want to pull this up, Kellen? You have 4,527 non-matches. So hold on a minute. Who are the 4,527 people who tried to register to vote with no ID who did not come up in the SSA website system? They don't have social security numbers? Okay, possibility. Some of them put their name or number in wrong. Okay, it's a possibility, but 4,527 people did not make that mistake. Now, hold on. 86,453 came back as matches with social security numbers, and you have 85 who are dead. So 85 dead people tried to register to vote? Look, there's explanations people always try to make, but you mean to tell me that in a 1 week period, Pennsylvania had nearly 100,000 people try to register with no ID, and 85 were dead? How does that happen? How does a dead person try to register to vote without an ID? How does a dead person try to register to vote?
Maybe they
Because
have help from someone. Maybe someone takes their ID there for them.
There's no argument that in 1 week, a guy went to register to vote, had a heart attack on the spot, and then the SSA got the reporting of his death before that application made it to their desk. None of this makes sense. And this has not been answered to yet. Now, Texas's number, you see it's way down. Earlier in the year, it was in the millions. Every other week, hundreds of thousands of people without IDs registering. Arizona, 47,928. Here's one for you. How did 11,374 people try to register to vote without an ID and have no match? So the social security number they provide with their name did not match any in the actual system. How is that happening? Maybe the federal government is giving voter cards or something, or they're doing something. I don't know.
Well, in their statement opposing the SAVE Act, the Biden administration said, you know, this isn't going to stop people from illegally registering. In fact, it will make it harder for American citizens to register. So I just generally think they have an extremely low opinion of American citizens' IQ and abilities. I mean, you're telling me that someone who has to bring, you know, I don't know, their driver's license to rent an apartment or do anything, they're subjected to all kinds of verifications of their age or status in other ways during regular course of life. Somehow, when registering to vote, that would be the most impossible time. I mean, if you're at the DMV and you have to bring, I don't know, your birth certificate, you're pretty much able to verify citizenship there. Shout out to birthright citizenship. I mean, if you're born in America, you're a citizen. So it's not that hard, and yet the Biden administration, the federal government stance right now is it's impossible. The Americans could never figure it out. And so that's why I think you can have systems like this where the numbers just don't look right, and the federal government ultimately feels as though you are too incompetent to question them, and that you will buy anything they tell you about any discrepancies in any sort of data they present.
Well, people who vote for Democrats, I have a pretty low opinion of them too.
I mean, but surely they also know how to, I don't know, use their driver's license, prove that they have residency somewhere. I mean, it's
of course.
It's so, I don't understand why this doesn't insult more people, but instead they're sort of like, well, we can't talk about what they're doing. You know, the benevolent overlords in the Biden administration are going to protect me.
It's frustrating to hear people, you know, parrot the same kind of remarks about it, it's like, oh well, there's already a law against voting if you're not a citizen and stuff. And these same people would be like, oh, I want to have a whole bunch of gun laws. There's already laws against murder.
Yeah.
There's already laws against destruction of someone else's property. And they're very quick to jump on the bandwagon and be like, we need more laws. We need more laws. Why is this different? Especially considering the fact that it's clear that there has been an influx of 7 to 10 million people over the past 4 years. Certainly there's enough people that have come in illegally that would be inclined to try to vote to sway a district, sway a couple districts. Not that it would be, maybe there isn't enough people to go ahead and sway the whole country, but that doesn't really matter. All they have to have is enough people in the right places.
Right. It's the same logic that was campaigning against having a citizenship question on the census about, however many years ago. And it's like, well, you'll scare people who are here illegally. Well, maybe that's okay because they're here illegally, right? Maybe we shouldn't be just incentivizing people to live in a way that is undocumented, partially because it's bad for our country, partially because it's bad for their own safety, right?
When have we in recent history or ever done citizenship verification on ballots? Have we gone through the ballots to verify citizenship?
Not that I remember. I don't know.
Well, we're not allowed to ask when we register them if they're citizens. So then if you get to the point where you get a ballot and it gets submitted, how would anybody check that? I mean, it's such an easy fix. And for whatever reason, and we all know the actual reason, they don't want to implement it.
It is laughable that Republicans think they will win anything without having this question be answered the whole time. This has been months. It was back in March we first reported these numbers, and they've not been answered. I think it was Missouri saying, clearly you're mistaken. This is not happening. No. I think Missouri said, it's voter roll cleanup. Texas said, clearly you are mistaken. We have not registered these. West Virginia said, we will not accept voter registrations from the federal government because Biden signed an executive order back in 2021 to create federal voter registration programs for states. And only a small handful of states said, F off with that. We won't accept that. I don't know how Republicans think they're going to win. Come November, mail-in votes, all of this garbage nonsense. Republicans think they're playing this game where they're like, this time we'll do mail-in ballots too, and then we'll win. And Democrats are going to come out another 5 million ahead, and they're going to say, guess the polls were wrong on this one. Republicans are going to say, how did this happen? Democrats are going to lie, cheat, and steal all over again, and it's staring you in the face, and no one. Do I have to call one of these members of Congress about, guys, are you not answering this? Is this intentional? What's going on?
Well, the whole border situation, is that not intentional? I mean, it's been intentionally left open, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Why?
Biden intentionally revoked a bunch of the Trump era restrictions and enforcements as soon as he got into office, and then quietly put them back in place when it wasn't working. I mean, I think you're right. How could it not be perceived as intentional, even as they start off by denying it's happening and then they blame Republicans for it?
And if it's intentional, what's the purpose of it? Why do that? Why do you want the border to be open?
I mean, why do you want a bunch of other people in a country that has a collapsing birth rate?
Right.
And whose populations could potentially shift the boundaries of Congress, even though you're not actually verifying that they're citizens? I mean,
But if they can't vote, I mean, if Biden says it's already illegal for them to vote, then what would be the purpose of allowing 11 million people to just come across the border?
I mean, the purpose would be to shift the census so that you can have more seats in the House, right? I mean, that's the problem.
That's one thing.
That's one thing. Do you have another one?
Yeah. Well, you want to let them vote.
Yeah.
You have to let them vote. The other thing is, I think these people are trying to tear the country apart. And I think they want dangerous people coming across the border.
Yeah.
Because I think that will help them. And I think that we're looking at probably a terrorist attack sometime between now and the election.
I mean, this is numbers that Border Patrol produces pretty regularly, that there actually have been a lot of people who have known ties to terrorism or who have some sort of risk factor who are coming across the border. And ultimately, the Biden administration's response is, stop talking about this. We don't want to talk about this anymore.
Right.
We're great and you guys are bad.
And you're racist for even thinking
right,
that.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we also know that fentanyl is trafficked through the borders, and often that's related to China's intentions for our country. We also know that human trafficking occurs at the border. I mean, if Joe Biden didn't want to parrot Trump anyway. If he wanted to, he couldn't talk about the wall, politically damaging him in some way, fine. But you could still say, well, I'm going to be the anti-human trafficking president. To do that, we have to close the border, and we're gonna talk about other ways to help people or whatever else. But this is really important. Instead, it's just like, stop talking about this. This isn't the message we like, and we don't want you to talk about
It's
it.
a right-wing talking point to
Right.
speak up about human trafficking.
It's right wing to say, hey, I think we should have a country that wants people to feel safe. It's a right wing talking point to say Joe Biden couldn't even remember Laken Riley's name, even though she was dominating the news cycle because she had been murdered by an illegal immigrant who entered the country during Joe Biden's presidency and was known to law enforcement in multiple states. I mean, it's just kind of pathetic that these are real concerns for American, and Joe Biden's trying to tell you as he can't look you in the eye. Karine Jean-Pierre looks reporters in the eye and says, no, this is wrong and your information isn't correct. But anyways, I think part of it too is that we have given up the idea that America actually could have a cohesive culture and a set of values because we have sort of embraced multiculturalism. It's like, oh, everyone should be able to live how they want over there separately, and everyone brings something, and that's fine. I don't care about that. I do care that ultimately we need a country that has something that people who come here who really want to be part of it can assimilate to, and it's strong enough where people can adopt the values and promote them to their children.
Well, I just gotta say, the boomers mostly did not give their values to their kids. That's it.
Yep.
And it's only getting worse today. There's that viral woman. I'm not going to get too much into who she is, but there's this viral TikToker who constantly has these posts that people are highlighting. Her dad's a Christian conservative, so is her mom. She grew up conservative, and now she's bragging on TikTok and building a following, being like, haha, now I'm a liberal. How did you lose your kid? What did or didn't you do? What values did you not give your kid? Why? That's the reality.
The boomers and what? No, you go.
Well, it's the education system. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, a lot of these kids are being destroyed. They're having their brains destroyed. They're being turned against America, by the leftists that have infiltrated the educational system.
But that's level 2. Level 1 is parents left their kids to communists and never asked a question about it.
Yeah.
So you are correct in that these public schools are overwhelmingly embracing these neo-communist, neo-com ideals. But how do we get to the point where parents were like, okay, son, I'm going to work where you will not see me all day. You have no idea what I do for a living or how it works. You go hang out with those communists. Mm-hmm. How do we get to that point?
I mean, I think in part of that, you could argue there's an economic factor. The more America moved into being a system that said every parent has to have a job, there's no way to support a family without having 2 incomes, that was an influence. I also think part of it is feminism, the rise of like girl bossing and being like, you will lose your identity if you stay home with your children. As if raising a family is not a huge, is an honorable calling. I mean, you just started to rip the family apart. The reason no one is home to talk to kids about, hey, my teacher said this thing at school that I'm not sure about, is because we ultimately said, put your personal and professional ambitions above the idea that the family is the most basic atom of American society and grow from there.
The problem with feminism, I've been thinking about this a lot. One of the biggest problems with feminism is that the way that men have responded to it. So the idea that women need to be able to do X, Y, and Z. Men have responded by kind of saying, well, I guess I don't have to do things. And there's been an emasculization that's happened. And I think that one of the reasons why you see so many women trying to girl boss is because men have actually allowed themselves to lose their masculinity because they've been told that it's a bad thing so many times. They've been told in so many different ways that you being a masculine man is a bad thing. It's a negative and you should be ashamed of yourself and you should feel bad. That's not true at all. You can be a man you can be a masculine man and be a leader of your family and still have a wife that goes to work or whatever she wants. That's fine. It doesn't mean that you're obligated to allow her to dictate how things go. It just means that, she's going to go and do her own thing, and that's fine. But the fact that men have backed away from being men because society has made them feel that they're somehow the bad guy for it. That's one of the biggest problems that's going on in our society is we have men that are afraid to be men. And there is actually incentive for men to be less masculine. the sneaky effer we talk about and stuff like
Yeah.
that. The kind of guys that can sneak their way into positions to get access to sex.
But they're
If
not
you've
even
got
having kids.
Yeah.
what?
They're not even having kids.
No, that's true, but that's part of the problem with feminism. If you're a man and you can have lots of promiscuous sex, and this is what was sold to men, specifically men my age, and is that you can be a man and women are on the pill now and you can have promiscuous sex and that's a good thing and that's what everyone should aspire to be, and that's totally wrong. You've got 200,000 years of evolution that have kind of directed us to where, given us a really good idea of what works best for most people. So the idea that just because the pill was created, that now we should just take and throw 200,000 years of evolution away and say we don't need that anymore, that is a foolish thing to do for your society and for your families, first of all, and for your society as a whole. The foundational unit, like you said, Hannah Claire, is the family, and we should have a government that supports the family and endorses the family and incentivizes making families.
Right.
The idea that we should center alternative lifestyles, that's the most absurd thing that I think that I've ever heard, especially now if you look at the results and what's going on in society. Suicide is up, depression is up, men are checking out of society. There's all these terrible things that are happening. And there's no denying it. There's no argument about it. It used to be where people could say, "Oh, well, maybe not," or this, or, you tend to get a lot of feminists that push back hard, and it's undeniable now. The stats.
Well, I read
plenty
a
of
report
data.
on the suicide stats, and overwhelmingly, the most prevalent group that was experiencing suicide rates were white men.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what federal agency had released it, but what they pointed out was actually there was a significant increase among Native American population that were committing suicide, and it was like a 3% jump. Not insignificant, but they were still like 20 points below white men.
Yeah.
And it was like, you can't even talk about the glaringly obvious. I mean, if you look at this, I'll have to find it later and maybe I'll post it to Twitter or something. But if you look at the chart, I mean, it was very obvious who was suffering in their respect. And I think, to your point, what happens to boys who are told you can't grow up and become a traditional man? You either despair or you stay immature. And immature men then create another culture where women are like, well, I can't rely on men, I can't depend on them, so I have to be the one in charge and I have to do all these things. And it just perpetuates this cycle where people are both unhappy. Neither person is getting what they want out of the opposite gender, which is like someone who loves you, supports you, and helps you become the best version of yourself.
You know what's really funny too is a lot of people there's like the trope of the women in the kitchen and should be at home, and the dad's out working, and that's only post-industrialization. Mm-hmm. If you go back to how humans lived 200 years ago, the man and the woman did work. The woman's churning butter. She's grabbing the eggs from the chicken coop. She's cleaning up some of the other animals and helping around the house. And the man is chopping the wood and doing the farm work and tending to the other animals and other crops. Like, people were all homesteading, and the man and the woman did work around the house the whole time. Now we have this idea of like women in the workplace, and what does it mean? It's like, well, yeah, the workplace is a post-industrialization thing. Mm-hmm. Men didn't leave their families for 8 hours a day. And industrialization, it was actually longer until the 8-hour workday. And women weren't just at home doing nothing, sitting around sipping wine with the neighbors.
No, I mean, we had these colleges that had schools of home economics, right? Where women would go to college to learn basically what are the best ways to manage households, how can you do all kinds of things, because it's like running a small business, right? You have to price all kinds of stuff. You have to manage all kinds of resources. I mean, it was so big that this was a department in the federal government, the Bureau of Home Economics, and eventually we're like, well, you're kind of part of the Department of Agriculture, and also we don't really want to talk about this. It's the same thing, like my high school had home ec, which again is like learning how to manage your household. Men could benefit from that too, but they were like, it's not, we can't have that. That's very anti-feminist. So it became like food science, and then
Food science?
I mean, it was a good class. It was fun, but like it was like we gave this up for no reason. Sorry, you were going to say something.
I'm so old that, in my high school, we had home ec and we had shop class and we had auto mechanics. It's like people learning to do things, do work that they needed to do in order for the household to function.
Otherwise, you have to outsource all of these things,
Yeah.
or you're dependent on all kinds of things. Like one of the things I remember reading about the Bureau of Home Economics was people like courses on appliances and stuff that you could use to make your home more efficient or better or whatever else. And like now it's like whatever commercial happens to convince you, whatever influencer sells you a product, you're more susceptible to, because it's more difficult to do the research. I mean, we don't treat the American home as something that is worth preserving, and I think that's sad. But at one point, our culture did. We recognize that it's not just like anyone who stays home is doing nothing. It's actually, again, managing essentially a small business.
We're going to go to Super Chats. Do you have one more point?
One last thing before, going back to how did families abdicate their responsibility to their children and let them hang out with communists all day? I mean, I think that they didn't see it coming. You don't want to believe that. I've found that going with the movies, the movies that I've made about January 6th, people don't want to believe what I'm telling them. You don't want to believe that your government is this evil.
Yep.
And so you just don't see it coming.
And people don't want to believe that Joe Biden pooped his pants.
That's right. Except Whoopi, who thinks it's okay.
That's right. All right, we're going to Super Chats. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends if you really do enjoy it. Head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and support our work, because the only way we do the show is because you guys are members. That basically funds the operation. We really do appreciate it. As a member, you'll get access to the uncensored call-in show, where you as a member can submit a question. Everybody else votes on it. If it's good, you're calling in, joining the show, and talking to us and our guests. You don't want to miss it. That'll be in about a half an hour over at timcast.com. But for now, we will read your Super Chats. The Authentic Hydro PX says, man, the stay alive Joe Biden, all we need is your corporeal form, quote, aged well for the right. My, how the tables have turned. Also, howdy, people.
Howdy.
Howdy. Grant Arnett says, daily reminder that if Fetterman can win, so can Biden.
Fetterman was campaigning with Biden over the weekend. Did you see that?
Oh, dude, if the ticket was Fetterman Biden, I'd actually be excited.
I wouldn't mind that.
Fetterman being the president and Joe Biden being vice president.
Yeah, right. It'd just be like so wild. I'd be like, I'm almost interested to see what happens if they win.
Well, that's why almost I'm sad that I really don't think Joe Biden's going to resign. I know there's a rumor about it. I think he's going to stay on the ticket. But seeing an open convention for the DNC and having people have to lobby on the floor to get delegates would be fascinating.
That'd be fun.
Especially since it would have to go at such a rapid pace. Their convention's mid-August. I mean, anyone who would like to take that opportunity would have, 4-6 weeks to make something happen?
Mm-hmm. Alpha Turkey says, anyone thought in depth what happens post-election? Oh, if you guys thought January 6th was crazy,
yeah,
wait till you see January 7th.
I mean,
it's going to be crazy.
The idea that, if you look at what's going on in France when the left won, if Donald Trump wins, there's going to be significant violence from the left here in the U.S. And hopefully...
Oh, Summer of Love would be a joke.
Hopefully municipalities around the country will actually have the courage to stomp the crap out of them because if they're breaking the law, to bring them, arrest people, throw them in jail, throw the book at them, actually prosecute them. Make sure that there are real consequences for smashing up, people's property and stuff. I don't think that there's a lot of, I don't have a lot of faith in most municipalities to do this. The places that they will riot the most are the places that are already kowtowed to the left as it is. But that's really the only way you're going to actually prevent this in the future is to actually have consequences for people that do destroy property and stuff like that.
All right, Common Criminal says, can we please not get pumpkin spice coffee in the coffee club packs in the summer? Well, the Mr. Bocus pumpkin spice experience is over. And all that's left is once it's gone forever. And so that's it. And then I don't know what the coffee club packs will end up being. We want it to rotate, but we're building it all up. I do recommend, everyone's really shouting out Ian's Graphene Dream low acidity coffee. They're saying it's really good. So shout out for Ian's idea. He said, we gotta have low acidity. And Allison figured out the low acidity coffees, made a blend, and everyone's really enjoying it. All right, we'll grab some more super chats. Brian Almeida says, my mother had Parkinson's. Biden displays many of the same visible symptoms of the disease. Also the dementia that can be a side effect of Parkinson's. Sadly, my mother passed away from the disease, and I feel so will he soon.
Does it make it worse that so many reports are saying it's Hunter and Jill that are trying to encourage Biden to stay in the race? We don't know for sure. It is speculation, but if he does have some kind of degenerative neurological issue and they know their time with him is limited, they're like, so you should stay the president.
Well, you know what's really funny to me is I always thought it was funny when they have extra virgin olive oil. You know what I mean? Because when you buy olive oil, it's usually some crappy dilution of the withered husk of the olive that they just smash fresh. Take it as little bit out as they can. And then they add like canola oil and call it olive oil. That's how I feel they're treating Joe Biden. Like the extra virgin, that was decades ago. And now they've got this withered husk that they found on the floor in the corner that they've put in the expeller, and they're just cranking it as hard as they can, but nothing's coming out. You're not going to get any more.
Well, they're trying to stay out of jail.
That's right. Yep. All right, we'll read some more. Anthony Shaw says, make Democrats sob again. The chat wouldn't let me add the year after this that corresponds to our next election. Hope you all had a good Independence Day weekend. It was a hoot. I had a lot of fun. Cameron Keir says, we'll know they want Joe gone if they leak the her tapes. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go. D-Claw says, hey, Phil, can't wait to see you at the Destroy All Enemies tour in Concord. Is it California? And thanks, Tim and cast, for all you do, putting on amazing shows.
Yeah, we're all about to go on tour with Phil. Are you ready, Nick? Do you have your drum kit?
I'm ready to go. I can sing Sandman.
Enter Sandman or?
Sandman.
Enter Sandman, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I thought you were saying, I thought you were gonna, Mr. Sandman, you know, give me a...
No, I can sing that too, but
That's good.
Enter Sandman's more fun.
Phil, are you gonna miss us when you're on tour?
Everyone except for you.
Well, interesting. Well, because I'll be there, right? Because
Exactly,
we're on
yeah.
tour together.
Oh, okay, smooth. Let's go. Willie Bryce says, one of two. A family friend suffered a severe loss due to domestic violence in the 5th. If you could read this, the help from you or anyone listening would be greatly appreciated. Where's the other post?
Sorry to hear.
Sorry to hear, but I don't see the other post. So, best of luck. Best of luck. All right. What is that? Matthew Hammond says, I recently watched Muzzle. How was it to work with Aaron Eckhart and the Good German Shepherd?
I didn't meet the dog, but Aaron Eckhart was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he seems
Really
cool.
good guy.
Seems
Yeah,
like
we
a nice
shot
guy.
that in Kentucky too.
I thought he did a great job in The Dark Knight, one of my favorite movies. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, he's a terrific actor, very well prepared. I had a good time with him.
It really is wild. I mean, you know, I think a lot of people take for granted good acting. Because for me, I grew up in an era where you get access to all the good acting. Nowadays, with Amazon, they put anything in their new releases. And I feel bad for some of these people. And I'm like, wow, they are not good. And I feel really bad for the ones that are. Because, like, I'm watching some movie last night. It's a new release on Amazon. And I can't stand it. The graphics, like the cover, everything looks really, really high end. And then there won't be a trailer. And that's always a red flag. So I try to avoid them. But then you watch some of these trailers, and it's like lighting is bad, audio is bad, editing was bad. And it always pains me a little bit when the movie has a really good actor in it, but the directing is so awful that you know they're a good actor, but, like, you can't.
Yeah.
Oof, it's rough.
No, it is rough out there. But there's a great movie out right now called Thelma that's in theaters right now that's just great acting. Full disclosure, it's my son-in-law's movie.
Okay, I was going to ask if you were in it or something.
I'm not in it. This is the rare moment I'll endorse a movie I'm not in. It's my son-in-law's movie. It's called Thelma.
I just saw A Quiet Place Day 1. I liked it substantially more than all of the others because it was an actual movie. Like the other ones, it's just don't make a sound, and like I can't I can't do it. Where it's just like there's no dialogue, nothing happening.
Right.
This one actually has a lot of dialogue. Even when they're trying to avoid the aliens, they're whispering, and there's a lot of quiet parts. I just can't watch a movie where there's no talking. And that was like the first and second one. I just like not interested. But also this one is a story. People are hanging out in New York. Aliens smash into the planet and start just massacring people. And you watch the beginning, and it ends with them like escaping to water. I'd prefer to watch a movie with like an ending, but you know, it was all right.
Have you seen Apocalypto?
Oh yeah.
That's a great movie with very little dialogue.
Yeah, but that's so
Well, they talk,
different.
I guess. You just can't understand it.
Right.
It's all subtitled.
Dude, that movie is brutal.
That's so great. It's
Yeah.
such a great movie.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah, that's a classic. Although I will say the best movie ever is The Patriot, starring Mel Gibson. America.
Very great.
You everyone
Watch that this weekend.
Yeah, that's like the movie to watch on the 4th of July.
Well, it's MAGA month, so we
Well,
can
that-
continue.
I'm trying to remake The Patriot. It's a different story, but I'm developing a movie about the Battle of Kings Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, aim small, miss small.
Yep. I mean, dude, Mel Gibson nailed it in that movie. Benjamin something, I can't remember what his name was. It's an amalgam of a few different historical figures that they put their stories together. but he personified this like the reluctant warrior so well.
Oh yeah.
And the revenge and retribution for the killing of his sons, plural. Man.
How do you develop scripts sort of based on historical events? Like, are you reading memoirs? Are you relying on something else?
I was approached to do this by a man who had the rights to a novel about the Battle of Kings Mountain, and I enlisted a friend of mine who's a brilliant screenwriter named Charles Carner, and we talked about it, and we tried to bring in personal elements that would make the overarching story a little bit more cinematic, and we just sort of, you make it up with the facts. If
Yeah.
that makes any sense. You have surrounding facts, and then
Right.
you make up stuff to make the story work within that.
Because if it's a completely fictional movie, the characters are however you make them, however you envision
Yeah.
them. But if they're real people, I assume you have to go back and see, well, what did these people say and what were they like, and
Yeah.
how do I portray them accurately?
And then you fudge it a little bit here and there where you need to, to make the story work.
This is an interesting one. Lone Wolf Annie says, haven't heard much about how fundraiser held for Brandon after debate was hosted in part by Michael J. Fox and his wife. I read Michael didn't attend, but he's one of the most famous people afflicted with Parkinson's. Is that true?
Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's.
No.
Yeah.
Is it true that he held a fundraiser for Biden?
Yeah.
Let me look.
On Martha's Vineyard, yeah.
Really?
Right after the debate.
That's
But
interesting.
it was pre-scheduled. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, for 8 months, a Parkinson's doctor's meeting at the White House and then Michael J. Fox. I mean, it's a grain of sand. It's not a large piece of evidence, but it is interesting.
I think it's more interesting that there are so many people starting to say, I'm going to withhold donations if you
Oh, yeah,
don't
Abigail
hold him."
Disney.
Right. And one of the Netflix guys, one of the founders of Netflix said the same thing. I mean,
Reed Hastings, I think. Yeah.
it is interesting that there is one of the things I think I've seen people be critical of the Biden campaign so far is that Obama had all this charm and all these celebrities loved him, and it seems like Biden's not able to capture sort of that Hollywood celebrity momentum. But maybe it's more quiet. I mean, if you're right, like someone who has Parkinson's says, "I'm going to support another person with Parkinson's," or if it's people saying, "Well, I was obligatory, I was going to give because you're a Democrat, but now I won't because you're so bad." I mean, it is interesting that they cannot capture the star power.
Rock Braz says, yesterday I turned 45. Can I get a shout out as a longtime listener and Timcast member? Love you guys. Happy birthday.
Yeah,
Is
happy
it Rock?
birthday.
Is that how you pronounce it? Happy birthday. You're 45.
Happy
you are,
birthday,
you are,
youngin'.
You are a middle-aged man.
You got
youngin'?
a long way to go. Long way to go.
He's halfway there.
Kids.
Halfway. Actually, more than halfway. 79. So just over the hill, as they say. I mentioned that I was halfway there once, and a bunch of people were like, "No, you're not. You're 38. You're young." And I'm like, life expectancy is 79.
Let's not talk about this. I'm 65. Come on, move on.
But I just found out my family all lives to like their late 90s, so I'll probably be here forever.
Have
Unfortunately,
IRL on your 91st birthday.
yeah. Someone asked me, family member, how long do I plan on doing this? And I was like, well, I imagine at some point the medium will have evolved so much podcasts won't exist, and that'll be it. And like all my audience will be old or dead. So people will be in like some weird gyroscopic Neuralink chamber spinning around, like experiencing a whole life of watching some show or something.
Or like a move to holographic projections that appear in your living room.
No, Neuralink.
No,
They're gonna plug
not
into
for
their
me, but
brain and their
thank
eyes are gonna
you.
turn white and they're gonna slump over and they're gonna be sitting there at the desk with the show,
Yeah.
hanging out as everyone talks about it.
Wow.
All right, let's go. Garant says Joe disqualified himself from being president, let alone considered human, when he checked his watch repeatedly for 13 Marine coffins on the tarmac from Afghanistan who died due to Joe's call. And he further disqualified himself when he lied and said no one lost their life. Joe, you were there at the transfer and you're checking your watch. What a scumbag. Matthew Bruner says, Tim, look up Lewy body dementia. One of the first symptoms is hallucinations and body movement problems. Explains shaking hands with no one and other behaviors. We've seen those videos where Biden walks the wrong way and then reaches his hand out and everyone's like, what are you doing? But I think the worrying thing is when you see him hunched over and his hands are like this. He does the cornholio thing with his hands out and his fingers are like clenched in a weird way. That right away I was like, that's okay. You guys have ever seen? Have you ever seen someone get hit in the head hard?
Yeah.
And you see how their body goes rigid and their hands tense up and they're just shaking? That's because of a neurological problem, right? They're seizing. Joe Biden walking around with his hands like this is indicative of a problem. The cornholio is one thing when his hands are like this at his side, but then when he puts his hands out and they're clawed in like a weird way, I'm like, yo, come on, he's 81. What do you expect? All right, what we have next? Jason Hutchinson says none of this is good, whether he has old age and can't control his bowels or it's Parkinson's or something. Yeah, and he's not going to back down. He is the duly elected nominee for the Democratic Party, so.
Go, Joe. Keep
Go, yeah.
running, man. Keep running.
Well, the problem is, y'all are saying that, and then there's a shadow campaign. Biden wins, and then a week in, whoops, and then you get Kamala or whoever.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole reason Biden is there is they thought he would be believable, that people could believe he won.
Yeah.
So that's the same reason now that he'll stay. I mean, if they put in Kamala Harris, is it, even if they steal it, is it really going to be believable that a majority of America voted for her? No, it's not. Nobody would buy it.
So long as we're, on month 4 of the Help America vote verification system reporting, and no one in Congress has done anything, I guess I just need to send a text message to somebody or something. Like, actually, we are hoping to have A.G. Bailey on. I should definitely ask him about what Missouri is doing about this, and we can show them the numbers that Missouri's registered right now. 17,096 people have tried to register without IDs. 1,889 didn't match. How many of those could really be people writing on their Social Security numbers wrong? Maybe, but 167 were dead. Okay, they came back as a match in the system, but they're dead. I'm sorry, I need an answer for that.
Yeah.
That does not seem right.
We have a member of Congress coming on soon. I don't want to say exactly when, but it is soon, so we'll have an opportunity to ask somebody.
If you'd like to find out who it is, become a member at timcast.com and watch the members only show. The main reason we don't like to announce our guests is because if they cancel, people get disappointed. So we usually don't. Because we've had way too many instances where we're like, we got a big show coming up this week, and then they cancel because like something happened, and then it's like, yeah, okay, we promoted nothing.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Timothy Bonds says, I'm 44 and I've had 3 strokes since 2013. 2 on December 3rd, 2013, and the 3rd last week. I'm nowhere near as bad as Biden. I even posted a clip of myself doing drills on Phil's X page. Oh, man, sorry to hear it. Hope everything works out, though. Barely a Millennial says, can you imagine Biden trying to cross the Delaware or pen a declaration or convince the French to give more money? Thank God we have a strong foundation. I think the Spanish helped us in the American Revolution, too, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. But like the French intervention was much larger. So people don't give the Spanish enough.
If I understand correctly, the French mostly helped with naval power.
Was that it?
That's what I believe. So I'm not any kind of scholar or anything. So
I thought you were going to open up the tour every show with a lecture on the American Revolutionary history. I wish you guys could see Phil's face right now. He hates me so much.
They can see Phil's face.
Oh, yeah. It's okay, Phil. I'm not going on tour with you, and you know it.
All right. Daniel Welch says, Sean Ryan interviewed Tyler Vargas Andrews, Marine injured in Afghanistan withdrawal, said Biden tried to shake his non-existent blown-off right arm. Jeez. Mm. Dude.
Well, he didn't want to be accused of ableism, right? He tried to just, offer it.
He's just imagining his hand.
No, I mean, I think Joe Biden is... maybe one of the issues is he is in some sort of decline, and also he really is a seasoned politician. So he just kind of knows in some sort of muscle memory, oh, when I'm on stage, I'm kind of supposed to behave like this, but he doesn't have the wherewithal to really pull that off anymore. He knows...
Kind of like my acting.
I feel like you're being insulting to yourself.
Let's go. Derek Curtis says, things are going poorly for old Joe when he loses the endorsement of Meathead, Rob Reiner. Reiner? Who's that?
Rob Reiner.
Oh, okay. He put Reiner. Oh, but really? Rob Reiner said no?
Yeah, he said that he should drop out.
Wow.
I don't know how
When you've lost Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
Again, I think the Parkinson's thing may be media taint. Because if this guy met at the White House several times for other presidents, it's not a big deal. And they're trying to make it seem like it's worse than it is. New York Times highlighted Parkinson's. He's just a neurologist. It's like, I don't trust these people. Mm-hmm. They're coming after poor old Joe. And we here are riding with Biden, so you better watch out, you guys.
Well, don't be
Biden.
disrespectful to Biden, who's giving us a very authentic, a very, interesting presidential campaign. I mean, we're talking about him, and that's good for him.
Look at this man, Joe Biden, who is sacrificing so much right now, suffering potential illness, but he's, helping America, even though he's sick.
He stopped corn pop. We have to remember.
That's right.
Yeah.
But,
Endlessly entertaining.
Trump is healthy and spry. What sacrifice has he made for America?
Well,
Joe Biden, he is fighting for us even though he's unwell.
There's no age cap on the
dignity.
presidency, and these are the only 4 years left that he has to give us. I mean, we could elect Trump later. He's healthy. He's young. This is if we wanted Joe Biden presidency, it's sort of now or never.
This is our chance.
This
You know what I saw on that debate stage? I saw Donald Trump a bully, making fun of this poor old man who is suffering from a cold, and from so much that he's sacrificing for us.
And ridiculing his golf game.
Yeah.
Oh, how could he?
Dare he?
We all know Biden's handicap was probably a 4, but he was just being polite.
Well, this is the
hard to do.
modern slapping with the glove, right? To go after a man's golf game.
I just can't believe.
Some circles, that really is just like a punch him in the face.
You take the opportunity to watch the clip when Biden says 6, see how Trump responds.
It's the funniest
It is
part.
Hilarious. He's like, he's so taken aback. Like, how dare you?
It's the moment he is the most shocked, which is sort of hilarious. Which also means that he went in knowing that Biden wasn't going to be in bad shape, and that didn't ruffle him. It's the golf.
I got to be honest, though. He said the biggest lie of the night. I really do bet there's a lot of people who watch golf. They're sitting at home going like, okay, now I know that's not true. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to lead with. When I see family and they're like, yeah, well, Trump was lying. I'm like, you really think Biden was a 6 handicap?
That's
Come
right.
on.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I mean.
And Trump was like, I've seen your swing, pal. You're not a 6.
It's funny because that's like, Biden says, I did this, I did that. And it's like, you got to prove that to somebody and the media's lying. But you take one look at Biden and you're like, come on. You think he was telling the truth there? And like, well, no, but you can't say that you think that was a lie, but other things are true. Like, do you think he's honest or not? He lied about that. I don't care what Trump thinks his handicap is, but that was funny. All right. Cold Slime says it's time for everyone to realize the Democrats are just acting out an Adam Sandler movie. Right now, they're in Billy Madison. All the cool kids poop their pants. They tried Happy Gilmore during the debate, arguing handicap. Yeah. Laszlo Puente says possible attack on the water infrastructure in Wayne County, Michigan. Do not drink the water. Alerts posted. Whoa, really? Yeah. All right. Devin Brown says, big fan, Tim. Don't always agree, but you at least see reality. I worry with all these illegals that look like military that they will attack on a really important day like on November 5th. Remember the 5th of November. Heck of a day for an election here in the United States. It's a British thing, but What year was that, 1600s, when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament?
I don't know. Let me see.
Don't want to look that up. The gunpowder treason. The gunpowder plot, I think that's what it's called, right?
1605.
1605. Amazing. He wanted a Christian theocracy. So he wanted to do away with Parliament. Yeah. I don't know why the left supports that guy and cheers for him. But, whatever.
It's like Project 2025, right?
I love how they've just decided that's the thing to go after, and Trump's like, I don't know what that is.
They've been trying this for so long. Every couple of months, it'll be like, Project 25. And, it's just pathetic. They have nothing to really go after at this point. So, again, it's just trying to get everyone as scared as possible so they'll comply. If you're a Democrat, is this inspiring you? Everything is about you should be scared of their side. It's not, here's how we're going to make your life better.
The Democrats' entire platform is you should be afraid of the Republicans and we'll pay you if you vote for us. They clearly have made that their platform. Kamala Harris was just talking about it today. We after the Supreme Court said no, we still managed to forgive billions of dollars in student loan, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of the reason why the inflation is so bad.
Okay, so Republicans, you ever see that commercial where it's the two guys on each side of the street and they have hot dog stands? And the one guy says hot dog $2. The other guy looks over and then he writes hot dog $1. And the other guy is like 2 hot dogs for $1. The other guy was like 3 hot dogs for $1, and they're competing. And then finally one guy writes 50 hot dogs $1 and he smirks. And then the other hot dog stand guy walks over and hands him the $1 for all of his hot dogs. This is the game Republicans got to play. Trump should come out right now and say, if you vote for me, I'm going to write each of you a check for $100. I'm a billionaire. I can do it. And then when they're like, that's illegal, you can't do that, he'll be like, Biden paid off their student loans. So not literally offer them money, but he should play that game where Republicans should say, vote for us and we'll cancel your credit card debt. And they're going to be like, you can't do that. And they'll be like, yeah, Biden did it.
Yeah.
And then Biden's going to be like, well, we'll cancel your mortgages. And then Trump will be like, we will not only cancel your mortgage, but we will grant you a house.
Everybody
You don't
gets a
have
house.
And
Everybody
your
gets
car
one.
payments.
Car payments done. We'll reset the debt to zero. We'll give you all this stuff, whatever, because clearly the Supreme Court said Biden can't do it, did it anyway. I really do want to point this out, though. Like, the Supreme Court is effectively nothing. These rulings are meaningless.
Yeah.
They said no forgiving debt. He went, I'll do it anyway. They said you can't charge people on the J6 obstruction thing. We're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court has proven they can answer no questions.
Well, the left don't think laws apply to them.
All right, one last super chat. We got Peyton Walter says, I'm a neurosurgeon. He's got rigidity, a festinating gait. Is that what that is? And masked faces. Am I saying this wrong? Can't detect a pill-rolling tremor, but you can do the math. I don't know what those things are, but I will take your word for it, person on the internet. If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, head over to timcast.com, click join us, the members only show with call-ins from you, our members, will be happening in about a minute or so. You can follow me on X and Instagram at timcast. Share the show with your friends if you really do like it. Nick, do you want to shout anything out?
Shout out, everybody go to Amazon, buy my book. It's hilarious. And go.
What's the book called?
Called Justify This, A Career Without Compromise. And there's great stuff in it, and that's my movie, warontruthmovie.com.
Right on. Thanks for hanging out.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I'm Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. The band is called All That Remains. We are going on tour this summer with Megadeth and Mudvayne on the Destroy All Enemies tour. It starts, I believe, August 2nd, and it goes until September 29th. You can check out our new video for a song called Let You Go. You can see it on Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, Amazon Music, Deezer, the internet. And don't forget, the left lane is for crime.
It's been so fun having you. It's been great to be back with all of you on this Monday. I'm Hannah Claire Brimmel. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Follow all of our work at Timcast News on the internet. If you want to follow me personally, I'm on Instagram at hannahclaire.b. I'm on Twitter at hannahclaireb. If you're in Texas and being hit by this hurricane, I hope you're okay and I hope you're safe. Bye, Kellen.
See you later, Hannah Claire. If you guys want to learn about the paradox of right-wing e-girls, go over to Tenet Media and check out the latest Culture War episode that just aired last Friday. Other than that, you can follow me at KellenPDL everywhere. Thanks, guys.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
This is why I switched to Shopify. I tried 3 other platforms prior to Shopify, and I remember my breaking point was when I would try to make one little change and my entire site would go down. What are you waiting for? Start your free trial with Shopify today.
Hello friends, welcome back to a new episode of The Cheesiest Man Alive. And the cheesiest man alive is I, your boy Harstam, coming right at you with some hopefully fresh looking cheeses today here. And we're starting it off with a CVP. We're already 3 minutes in. I'm living in the future after all. And I think I just want to go for a bit of a Hydra push here. That is most definitely going to be my plan. So we went for a very fast layer. No third base quite yet. And we're just focusing on getting drones out, getting a couple of these queens out as well. And I think I want to go into 4 gas ASAP as well. My opponent is getting a 4th base, which is not just surprising. I think it's also a mistake. I haven't seen anything pop out yet on my opponent's side. I haven't seen any type of any type of oracle coming out. But there's an immortal already. That is what we call not great news. That is probably pretty crappy news actually, because it means he has a really fast robo. And with a really fast robo, this is one of the issues I have when I'm all-inning and I'm playing against lower level players. When I'm pulling out these, these expensive cheeses. They don't have the palate, to kind of taste what's going on. They're like, oh, it's cheese, not great, and they don't appreciate it. Well, if I'm against a high-level player, they're scouting, they're confused. This guy doesn't scout, might just be rushing out Colossus from like 2.5 bases. Like, that's not a build. It dies to everything, but it might just be good against my 2-base Hydra push. You know, you really need, sometimes you need higher level players for them, for people to really start appreciating what you're bringing to the table here. And I'm afraid TC Ultimate, I don't know what the hell this build is, but I'm not appreciating this. That's for sure. I'm not appreciating this. Unless of course, he actually didn't scout at all. Didn't send out anything in the early game. And I'm kind of stuck here, sucking it, to be quite honest. I'm really curious what his plans are going to be. So what I am going to be doing is I'm just going to be sending this away. Look at this. This is beautiful. Oh, he's moving out right now with the prism. Oh, that is... Oh, I could snipe him. Look at this. 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 Oh my god. This is the play. Stop zooming in, Kevin. Look at this. Where you go? Wait, where did he go? Oh. Oh! 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 There we go. Very nice. And that's just the way it is. Next opponent here is going to be Noir, Protoss player. Once again, the same map, Golden Aura, which is theoretically a bad map for me. But I think I can make stuff happen here. Okay. I forgot to do the extractor trick, so as a result, now we're going to go for a 14 pool. Because I feel like this has been the reality of my existence as a Zerg player. Is me trying to open up with like a cool build order and then forgetting to build a drone or forgetting to build really just anything and ending up with an early pool. This is a particularly tricky early pool. Why is that? It's because it feels like a 12 pool, but they know it's not a 12 pool. So if they scout, they very often struggle with this type of stuff. Because, it is a build that you can struggle with. This is not an easy build whatsoever to deal with. I'm going to build one more worker. I do believe I'm going to go up to enough workers in time. Can get a hatchery down in my natural at a decent timing as well. I'm not sure if I can actually get that down before I start my links. I want to say no, and I would be correct. So it's really important I do get it down. He moves up here, sees my early pool, and then we'll see the same hatchery timing as you would have with a 12 pool. I have many more workers than you would with a 12 pool. I'm also only going to be building 6 links here. I'm just delaying my queen a little bit because I really wanted to get that hatchery down. It was pretty vital to me. We're going to get our queen up next. And I think this is really the perfect opportunity for me to throw down that extractor as well. That's going to be epic. All right. Next up, cheeky little overlord. Maybe I should have gotten a faster gas now that I see it here. I regret not getting a faster gas, actually. I do regret that. If there's one thing I regret in my life, it is not getting a faster gas in the game against Noir. Ooh, double gate. Look at that, it's kind of cute, huh? And double zealot as well. So now I want to see, actually, what you have in store for me, buddy. That's what I want to know. Ooh. Well, do I want to know? Yeah, I actually do want to know. And he's gonna go build some units. Doesn't have anything here yet. I'm just gonna send all of this back, to be honest. There's no reason for me to stay out and about, as the Canadians would say. It's gonna be double adept is what I'm feeling. It's gonna keep one zealot at home. I'm gonna build one more of these bad boys. I'm actually just gonna... Should I inject one time? Yeah, I'll inject one more. No, I'll actually inject downstairs. It would have been better. Or maybe I should have just spread some creep here, huh? That also wouldn't have been so bad. So here comes the adept. Does feel a little bit scary because it's going to be 2 adepts, 1 zealot. Gonna need some more links here. Now, the beauty of all of this is that I should have been mining a bit more gas and starting speed or a lair at some point in the near future. I don't have it quite yet. Okay, we're just gonna start speed, I guess. I think that's going to be the play here for me. Oh, that didn't quite go as well as I would have wanted it to. Ooh, that went perfect. That one actually went perfect. No, wrong one. Selected the wrong one. Happens to the best, of course. And I am one of the best, so I would know if it does happen to the best or not. I hope I can get this around. Yeah, I can. So we're gonna kill that. Everything is fairly late for him. I wonder what his gas count is going to be. We're not seeing any units being built, which makes me believe that I'm perhaps on the right road here, on the right... Ooh, fast warp gate. Oh, that's a really fast warp gate, wasn't it, boss? Do we approve of that type of behavior? I'm not so sure if I do, really. Is it... Wait, so what are we doing here then, huh? What are we doing? I want to see what you're up to. I'm gonna sacrifice this thing into nothingness. I'm definitely gonna regret that in a couple of seconds from now. Are you building? Yeah, okay, it is an oracle. Yes, 3 adepts there as well. Let's see if we can find this oracle. Well, we found the oracle, but he also found a lot of my stuff. I'm just gonna throw down a 3rd base here. We see a Twilight Council now coming down, as well as a forge. Okay, this is... I was gonna say this is good news, but really it's just news. It doesn't really tell me whether it's good or bad news. Gonna need a thing over here though. See if I can surround this too. He's just targeting down my my drones. Well, I was trying to target down my drones. Okay, we know if this thing... Well, we can go for a little bit of a Hydra then. This thing dies. That's good. And then, yeah, that actually was quite good. I don't have a 3rd base yet, which is less good. Should I get it? No, I don't really think I have the cash available for it right now. He's probably gonna try and defend with some type of blink build. I mean, this is not a great attacking map, let's face facts. This is not a great attacking map, but sometimes the worst attacking maps are the best ones to attack on. Yeah, because they don't expect it. Usually not true, but God, he's dealing a lot of damage. Can I get another kill though? Oh, I don't get another kill. That would have actually been extremely helpful for me, I'm not gonna lie. Getting that kill would have been huge for me. Because I'm not really in a banging spot here. Is he going for a charge? Okay, we have a robotics facility coming in. It does feel like he's aiming into the charge direction, you know. Getting a lot of kills with these. I'm just consistently out of position, which is also impressive. It's gonna morph an Overlord into a Dropper Lord, because I want this to be a, you know, a multifaceted approach here. That's really what I care for. I want this to hit him really in every possible way. So I'm gonna try to set up a drop. This thing is gonna move over at some point. It's gonna take a while, but all good things take a while, you know? Everything that's nice in life, it usually takes some time to materialize. Because if you get it instantly for free, it isn't any fun. And it's the same with drops. Or with killing this oracle. Look at that. God, I love it when things work out like that. I'm explaining something, and just like that, he flies an oracle into my Hydras. So I am still going to attack him off of 2 bases. He probably is not aware of the fact that I am on 2 bases. I think he believes that I've taken a 3rd at this point, especially because he saw a drone moving towards my 3rd. Thus, I'm expecting him to over-drone a little bit here. Now, what do I want in life? I want to attack this thing. Oh, I'm very dead, am I not? That went okay. As in, I didn't lose as much as I thought I would. Now we're going in here. Yeah, there are a couple of sentries left over. Ugh, not a great look. Not a great look at all. Oh, I wish I would have killed that. All I needed was a little bit better targeting there, to be quite honest. Oh, I think he just activated his super battery there. Yeah, he most definitely did. And I actually think I can clear these units as well. He's still attacking my my Overlord. I hope he can unload everything. Yeah, there we go. And I'm actually supply blocked, which is not great. Oh, he has these things, which is definitely not great. Force fields are good, but he needs to pull back the... Okay, he did it as well. Honestly, I have no complaints so far about my opponent Noir over here. He's playing a phenomenal game of defensive StarCraft 2. 2 Immortals, 2 Archons. You know, this feels like I'm freaking dead, to be honest. It feels like I'm freaking dead. I think I should have tried a 16 pool. I'm gonna try this build again, but different. I hope I get the same opponent. I always enjoy playing against the same guy twice in a row, then beating him with a similar build. It's also a bad map. We'll veto this. Oh, I have bad vetoes for playing Zerg. Ooh. Alright. We'll fix that, then we'll go again. And as always, ask and thou shalt receive. And we're receiving in a very big way here. Same opponent. Much better map. Freaking love this map. This is the type of map you wanna... Oh, actually I have a good build on this. Oh, I have a layered build order. It's like a layer cake, this build, okay? Yeah, I'm not actually sure if with layer cake there's different. Usually there's different. I never had a layer cake in my life. I think with the layer cake there's different, you know, a different taste on every layer. Is what I assume at least. It'd be kind of weird to have a layer taste and then have every layer be the exact same thing. At least to me that sounds pretty crazy. I would not enjoy that. Okay, so he's not blocking me, which pisses me off, understandably. We are gonna block his life though. We're gonna, well, his life. We're gonna block his natural. Ooh, he saw that, didn't he? I bet he saw that. Unless he wasn't paying attention. Noir so far has been impressing me though with his ability to spot things, to spot threats. Just gonna move out a little bit. I think this hatch should actually come down at 17, not at 18, which is what I'm doing here. Far from ideal. Just gonna block his natural. That's gonna be our plan. And hopefully kind of take it from there. We need a relatively low link, or what we need. We're gonna go for a relatively low link count. Maybe 6, 7, 8, 12. It's not gonna be too many, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's going to be a couple of links, not that many. I wonder if a queen is the correct call here. Yeah, we'll do 6. We'll start with 6. So here's a second one of these. That's interesting. In that case, I think we're just gonna stop straight away, aren't we? Yeah, I think I am actually just gonna stop straight away. I mean, I can definitely miss a couple of links here for a little bit. And we're gonna let that hatchery finish because he's not pulling any workers, you know? That it feels to me like this, theoretically, is not gonna be too bad for me. One of these things. Okay. We're gonna move across as well. And now we can really start going. So he's gonna keep himself in the wall here, which makes a lot of sense to me. Ooh, can we fight this? Because the moment he moves out of the wall, he could be just in a little bit of trouble, you know? This thing is definitely gonna finish up. Ooh, yeah, come fight. Definitely come fight, buddy. I wonder if I should have gone in. I should have been a little bit more on point here, I guess. Oh, that's not quite what I wanted. Definitely did not want to get a drone out there. He's actually gonna move across the map at this point, which is also surprising to me. So he's not actually moving out. It's important that I get that queen. I think at least it's important that I get that queen. I wonder if I can kill this thing. I definitely can. Okay, so that's going to be one zealot down. Right. Really hard to make something happen here. That's absolutely not happening, which is him dealing damage. No! I guess I'm also trying to make something happen here. That's absolutely not happening quite yet. Maybe I can kill this thing, actually. If I can kill this in time, I just win the game, no? If he doesn't get any units out, do I accidentally win? Oh my god. Oh, that would have been good though, wouldn't it? That would have been real neat for me. Oh, and now I built so many freaking useless units. I wonder if I need to cancel this. I probably should have, but I didn't. That's my bad. Okay, he has a Stargate. Is he actually building a third base right now? So this is going to be my next base. Okay, let's hope he's not paying attention. He was paying attention. This is the most important thing. Then he's gonna find it. Okay. I need more queens, that's for sure. But if I can get this thing down, that would also be pretty freaking huge. Oh. I could have definitely done a slightly better job here with killing stuff. Maybe I can get a surround though. That would also be epic. And we're still alive here, too. Which actually is kind of epic, not gonna lie. Gonna get a spore here too. I wonder if I can get the kill on this. How far away am I from speed? That's what I want to know. Okay, he's not paying attention here, which was good for me. These things are going to be done right now. Okay, we're really close to having speed. As in, it's right now. We have speed right now. This thing is going to die. He's going to move home, right? With his oracle? Of course it's not. He has better things to do than move home with his oracle. I wonder if I get the kill here or not. It's pretty late with starting to focus on that, no? Of course he gets it. kill on this though. We get the kill there as well. So we have a similar worker count. Actually, I think I'm slightly higher in workers, and he doesn't have a natural. Does he have any units? Okay, he has 4 adepts, which is pretty significant. And we're gonna have 2 queens as well at this point. Yeah, try getting in there, buddy. Try getting in there. I dare you, my friend. Okay, now we can get a lair timing that I approve of, and that hopefully you guys also approve of. Oh, no. This I don't approve of at all. Ah, dang it. Okay, let's see if we can move forward just a tiny tad. More links is what we're gonna need as well. Just gonna make sure that we have units in position to deal with this crap. Oh, he's doing such a good job with his Oracle movement. So far I've been really impressed by Noir. I don't know who this guy is. I think he's probably just called Noir. But I've been impressed by his movement. The question that we should probably be asking is he also improved by my, impressed by my movement? He seems to be much better at it so far. A bunch of dudes doing nothing. But we can start this thing. That's nice. So we're gonna start at Hydra then. Yes, we're fairly late with a lot of stuff, but at the same time, we're also perfectly in time, aren't we? Okay, come on, get in there, buddy. I know you want to. Oh, I really thought he was gonna finish that. I'm not gonna lie. I really thought he was gonna finish that. I wonder if I can just go in here. Is that a stasis I see here somewhere? No. Go across the map then. I wonder if he has a 3rd base on the way or no. I guess he doesn't really feel the need to, maybe? He probably doesn't feel the need to because I don't have a 3rd base yet. I feel like this is probably a mistake because it's going to allow me to... Well, he actually gets a lot of kills here. Maybe I should have played a little bit more careful. Oh, it's too late there with my transfuse as well. Now I really do want to get a 3rd base, but at the same time, I don't need a 3rd base. I want a 3rd base, so he believes that I'm getting a 3rd base, which is a bad reason for one. But at the same time, it's a great reason, because if I don't get a 3rd base myself right now, he probably is never going to get one. He's never going to get one, and that would suck. Let's see if we can deal some damage here. It feels like we're in serious trouble, to be honest. But at least I'm going to get my 3rd up eventually. Get a couple of Hydras out. Yes, sentries. Yes, charge. So really, we're fighting a similar fight here to last game. I'm gonna throw down my lurker then, because I feel like that might be helpful. If I can get a couple of lurkers out here, there's always going to be an opportunity for me, you know? Always going to be an opportunity. Lurkers are a unit that doesn't require much, but you often get something with it anyway. You know, you don't need a whole lot of damage with lurkers, you just need a couple of lurkers. I also need some type of crap. These guys were not supposed to be walking across the map. Absolutely not. Oh, this is such a mistake. This is... it was a misclick. Now he thinks I'm attacking him, which is technically true, but I didn't want him to think that, because I wasn't actually attacking him yet. I just misclicked my queens. I hate it when things go wrong because I'm an idiot. Rather than them going wrong because my opponent is playing well. Him being out there was pretty crazy, by the way. That was not a good move, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, you guys can go in. Go drop in the opponent's side of the map. I'm just gonna build pure links from here on out. And before, what I did is I attacked him, and then the links were supposed to deal damage in the drop. But this time, the drop is the distraction, and my lurkers are going to be the attack, right? That's going to be the real main difference here. Ooh, don't want him to see those quite yet. Don't want him to see those ever, to be quite honest. Oh, that's neat. That's really neat. I hope he didn't see that. I hope he didn't see that at all. Okay. More gases. Gonna send these around, so I can maybe force him to go home 2 fronts at the same time. But where do I want to go? Okay, this feels good. This feels significantly less good. If I can clear these things, that would be huge. Okay, he's moving forward. I think we're probably winning this part of the... Woohoo! Oh my god. That was an insane game. And he didn't GG. He had +3 on the way already. I had no upgrades. Storm coming in. A little bit too greedy there, my friend. Probably too high in the workers as well. The drop really helped me out. Look at this. Just want to show kind of the genius here of this. He only had 39 workers. I didn't realize that. Him taking out my 2 queens sucked. Him getting +3 is insane. That actually is insane. I think I getting caught out of position. This Ling run by and this one. A-class. I really should have an overseer here though to snipe this observer. Let's see if he wants to make it a best of 3. We can get him again. He's exactly the same MMR as me. He didn't GG, so I'm 1 up there. So mentally I'm ahead. Mentally lots of power. But yeah, MMR is very similar. So if I search now, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get an enraged Noir, which is exactly what I want. And the last game was a real roller coaster. Sadly, Noir probably decided it was time for a little break. I think usually the moment you stop GGing against highly respected barcodes on the ladder is a good timing to take a break. So I respect that choice. Instead, we're playing against Magic. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be Magic or just Magic. Match K. Either way, not a Protoss player, which is exciting. I feel like Protoss is just the most vulnerable to cheese in honestly every single matchup. I feel like all-ins can be really good against Zerg, but proper cheese, you know? I feel like as a Protoss, you just have to make some calls early on with fairly little information, which makes hard gambles from an attacking player pretty powerful. I always notice that whenever I'm playing Zerg or Terran, I really enjoy playing against Tosses. I think it feels good. It's really difficult as a Toss player to really figure out what's going on. It might also just be because I have much more knowledge about, you know, the Toss side of things, that I understand kind of how to deceive these people. Either way, we open up here with a pretty standard 16 hatch, and actually not so sure what I want to do yet. I could go perhaps for... Ooh. Oh, okay, no, I have a plan. I now have a plan. So this is going to be a delayed 3rd hatchery with very fast +1 attack on my links. And then my entire goal in life is going to be to cancel my opponent's 3rd base and then just keep kind of going with Ling Queen. So he'll be like, okay, cancel my 3rd base, he'll probably go home, and then I keep going. That's basically going to be the entire plan. But I want to do this of like 2.5 bases. So we're going to build a 4th base at some point. That 4th base is going to be an obvious fake. Obvious to me, because I know there's not going to be any drones on it. Hell, I'm not even really going to drone up my natural. So I wonder if this is going to work. I haven't really thought out the plan very far, but what I do know is that I want a fast evo chamber. That's going to be key. Fast evo chamber. And then my follow-up... Wait, what the hell? Oh. Oh, he has no wall. Well, that is unfortunate. Oh.
We require more minerals.
That is very unfortunate, let me tell you. But we have our first thing that's about to finish up, you know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, it's because I'm not being very clear. He has 3 gates, which probably means I can't just... Can I give up my natural? I mean, I can, but ideally I didn't. Wait, both of my queens made it alive? It's not entirely what I had anticipated. I'm gonna need a Roach Warren here. Oh, wow, he's making life difficult, that's for sure. He's making life difficult for me. Probably want to cancel this. There we go. I want to move this in my mineral line. Probably should have done that a little bit faster, because I knew what was going to happen fairly early on. And now we can just attack him with queens. So our queens are really just the, you know, the mechanism with which we trigger him to start attacking me. If he decides not to attack me, then that's fine. But then that also means that he'll need to get to terms with the fact that I'm going to be hitting him for the next few minutes with my 2 queens. I can't really be moving off creep though. He's building a hatchery, which is an interesting call. Or hatchery and nexus. Still an interesting call though. I mean, I like that. I really do. Oh, There we go. Yes, come attack me, buddy. Oh, he's actually gonna go for it? No way. Because now he's pretty much stuck in between a rock and a hard place because I have 2 spines. Look at this stuff. Oh! I was gonna say, he probably needs to recall right now because I can just put my queens on the ramp. He's gonna be in some trouble. Actually is gonna be in some trouble. I want this real bad. He's not gonna have any anti-air, so I can just use this to scout. He's gonna lose all of these, which uber sucks for him. And now the next question is going to be, what the heck is he gonna do? And also the question is gonna be, what the heck am I gonna do? And I think that might actually be the more important question. What's this? Was this a Cybercore? Ah, Void Ray. That actually does suck. Because I wanted to go for... Can I still go for like a Roach Nidus of 1 base? I can try. So I'm building... My plan was to go for a fake natural. Or a fake 3rd base, but now I'm gonna have a fake natural. Which is also exciting. Let's see if I can get this thing to safety. It actually would be huge if I can. If I can't, bad luck. Going to need a... Well, a lot of stuff here. Okay, he found me. That sucks. I did not want that. Gonna need another queen too, to be honest. Definitely going to need another queen. But I can do that while stuff is happening, you know? I don't have to build it now. Also because I can't. I can do it while my Nidus network is going up. I'm gonna fake send some drones downstairs. That could be important. Did I start my Overseer yet? No, of course I didn't. So that would be a good play. We're not known for those, are we? Oh, I thought that was a Void Ray coming in, but it was just the sea monster shadow going across the map. And now the question that I really have for myself is going to be, what's next? And I don't really have an answer for it, which scares the crap out of me. Just don't know what I'm gonna be doing here. Okay, he has that Void Ray still at home. Let's just do it like this then. Oh, that's another Void Ray that he has there. Okay, here we go. I wonder if we can actually do this. I feel like we can. I feel like this is too much. Although we are hitting quite hard, like with quite a few units. And it's also not too slow. Like, it's not like this is so slow that, you know, it's going to be impossible for us to do anything. I think this is actually a pretty decent timing for us to hit. If I get that kill, that would be huge. That was really nice. Gonna get another Nidus network. How expensive? 75. I think I underestimate how expensive that crap is, huh? Okay, so I'm gonna lose 1. Probably gonna lose 2 queens. No, he's gonna lose the 1. And I think from here on out, he's going for carriers. If he gets a carrier out, I'm just uber dead. However, please tell me. Oh, not dead. No, I'm uber dead. Please, please. I wonder if I can just hide in here for a little bit. I mean, I can definitely hide in there for a little bit, right? The question is, if that's going to be good enough for me. I have another couple of these things. As long as I can just attack him, like attack his dude. What you call this character? Oh, he has 2 now, and he has a 3rd base. Well, mediocre. I just didn't realize that he had the 3 gate. I think it was pretty over after that part, because I saw the no wall, but I was so in my own head figuring out what I was gonna do that I forgot to figure out what he was doing. That's what happens when you get cheese before you cheese. Oh, 50 points. All right, after that sadness, we actually we got Noir again. So we're back on the grind, taking out Noir. Oh, we have a build here, don't we? Oh, do we have a build here? Okay. We're gonna take the gold base. We're gonna open up with a 16 pool. So that's similar to the last time I played against Noir. This time we're not gonna proxy a hatchery though. But he of course doesn't know that I'm not proxying a hatchery. He might think that I am proxying a hatchery, which would be great for me. Then what else do I want? Right. I'm just gonna build this thing over here. He's gonna see no hatch here and probably be afraid of a similar thing happening. I hope he doesn't scout this location. That's actually going to be pretty key for me. And then my follow-up is going to be... I guess I could go for Hydras again. I also... maybe I should go for a drop. Like a faster drop or something. Just build another drone. I want six links out. I want 6 links out. I want quick stuff here as well. I wonder if he's going to go for my gold. If he's not going for my gold, then... you should know that something is up, no? I really do believe you should know something is up. This time I can just ignore this, right away run across the map. Which is going to be useful for me. I care less about mining more minerals, because I'm going to be mining more minerals later on. So I'm just going to keep 1 ling on this setup. It's going to go into my main base. This is exactly what I had expected, to be honest. And then I want this thing to piss off. I really need to know what's kicking off here, though. So that's the second gate. Same response. Zealot, zealot, full wall. That's not good, though, buddy. That's not a good look. That is not a good look at all for you, Chief. Okay, there's going to be one of these things, which is, I guess, kind of nice for you, but it's not going to be nice enough. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. Did I just lose a ling? I think I did just lose a ling. I really want to clear these rocks, too. Gonna keep some of these links in my main base. So my base here is going to be much faster than whatever my opponent is doing. It's gonna straight up move across the map though, which could be a little bit scary. It's gonna keep stuff in my main base as well. More links. Another overlord. I don't mind any of these things really. So I'm gonna have so many, at least that's the plan here. I'm gonna have so many links that I can probably come from 2 angles. And hopefully be fine with that. Oh, it goes to the main. It actually does go to the main, huh? But then maybe I can just go for a... There we go. Just gonna move this out. I wonder if I can kill this. I don't think I can. So we're just gonna piss off. Where's my queen? Okay, here's my queen. Where's my queen? I got one of these. One more gas. We have a lot of freaking links out right now at this moment. So this thing is gonna go drop in the natural. This feels really bad for me, to be honest. Is he gonna finish that? No way. Okay, then we need to kill. No, he's gonna recall. Yeah, obviously. He's gonna recall, obviously. I mean, that was as obvious as it gets. There, I should have known that instantly, basically. We get a Hydra then. We have a Spore over here. We have 24 workers, which is obviously not enough for us to do anything useful in our life. Maybe I can get a Scout. This drop is going to be an attack as well as a Scout. It's going to be both things at the same time. I haven't seen an Oracle yet, which actually kind of scares me. Not a fan of how that's looking. I have 2 of these things on the way, 2 Overlords, which I am a fan of how that is looking. Oh, I need minerals so badly here. That's the problem. He doesn't have these gases. I could maybe unload. Oh, this is neat. This is real neat. Okay, here we go. And then we can get a Scout at the same time, you know? And you can actually just pick up. I don't need to lose everything. That's false. That is absolutely not necessary for me to be a successful person. Where's his stuff though? Should I take this gold now? And we just go for this fast lurker then. Fast lurker then. I think that's going to be the call here. For sure. Need a fast lurker then, so then we can get this gold base as well. So we have double golds. Like a double gold rush, while lurker rushing at the same time. I really need to get some info though. I think it's going to be vital for me. And right now I have no info. So we're going to need to drop this at some point. What's here? Weapon speed. Okay. So we see these things are coming in. What do you call them? The bad boys. What do you call these bad boys? Glaive adapters. Okay, we're gonna drop this here. Hopefully get some damage in. We only have 3. Three Hydras right now. Now we have a couple more. Maybe you can actually do something here. I don't think I can. I don't think I actually can. Do I have enough stuff? No, he has too much. He has too much. The Glavers, they don't scale very well. But the problem is, my Hydras are too small in number right now. Like, this would have been okay if I had like 12, 13 Hydras, but I built too many Lynx in it. Early game went so well, but then I built way too many Lynx. Okay, I want to get him one more time. We're not ending this at a best of 3, 1-2. No, my friend. We're going to take you out. Ooh, instead we get a barcode, 5.6k MMR. That's also exciting. And we're on Dynasty, which is a famously tricky map to play on as a Zerg player, due to the fact that you can't take your own gold base, because a single adept shuts that down. So if you can't take your own gold base, that probably means we have to take our opponent's gold base, because a gold base is being taken. Just not sure, you know, on what side. And my opponent isn't quite sure yet what side either. Probably need to send this across the map. Probably had to send that across the map a little while ago. Could have gone for... I think a 16 pool makes no sense. I much rather would have actually had a properly timed 16 hatch on the other side of the map, but because I'm a little bit late sending stuff over, I don't think I'm quite going to get that. I actually think I'm going to need to go for an 18 hatch, and even then I'm going to be floating a little bit of cash. I can feel that much already. Yeah, look at that. We're going to be floating a decent amount, because I sent my drone way, way too late here. Just going to go 18 hatch, then we go, I guess, for a gas, and then 18 pool or 17 pool. Does feel about right. So my opponent here has scouted me. I'm not sure if he's seen my gold base or my Lektarov quite yet. It is possible that it has been spotted. It's also possible that he's going to be building his own Nexus here. And then it's going to be like, ooh, it's kind of tricky, you know? I'm going to take this as my natural base. This is my, well, my second natural base. I'm not really expecting to be mining anything from here. At least not a whole lot. Actually, I'm not really anything. I want to know where my opponent is going to be at, though. That is fairly important. Like, what are your plans here? Because if there's a Nexus here, I can maybe build like a Spine Crawler, build a Queen, then I'm mining on that just a little bit, which I think would be cool. Just gonna get this base as well. So Overlord comes out. Come on, show me what you got, buddy. Show me that you're taking it. I wonder if taking this is the correct call against the proxy hatch. I think it might not be. But once again, I could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past. I'll be wrong again in the future. Not worried about that. We'll get one of these. We'll get a Queen over here. I probably want speed. I most definitely want speed. And actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get this gas here. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to be mining from the gold for as long as I can. And in the moment I can't anymore, I'm not going to be mining from the gold anymore. This is not a very revolutionary play. But in the moment I can't, I'm just going to start mining from this gas, which is a rich Vespene geyser, and thus it's going to be very useful for me. I want to get one more of these. I want to get a Queen as well. Up, you go in here. Hey, this feels fairly fine to me. Get a Roach Warren. Yeah, that also feels okay. Hey, if he's not stopping me, I was gonna say, then I mean, I don't see any reason to stop either, to be quite honest. If my opponent doesn't stop me, then I ain't stopping. I wonder if he's actually... So, okay, he's going back home right now. I was wondering that, you know that? I was wondering that. It's like, when are you gonna go back home, boss? Wait, he didn't go back home. Wait, what? Oh, that's not great. Okay, this is really good for me. Now we're gonna start our roaches. And maybe I should just start moving my Queen over as well. So it's gonna be that Queen that's moving over. I'm not sure if I should move my next Queens over as well, or if this is gonna be enough. I want to mine a little bit more gas here at this point. Okay, there comes this guy. Hate that guy. Absolutely hate that guy. Ooh! Wait, he doesn't have any wall here. He walled in on the high ground, hoping to achieve something there. He's not gonna achieve nothing. I don't think so. Just gonna kill this base. We're gonna drone this up then. Ooh, this is gonna be kind of tricky though. I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I think it's going to be kind of tricky is mainly because, well, I have split bases, you know? So we're going to move some dudes here, kill this thing. I wonder if I can just kill workers right now. I still want to take out that base ideally, you know? Probably would be huge for me to do that. Hey, we killed a lot of workers. We killed a lot of workers here. And really, I need to pull these back as well. I forgot about this Ravager. Okay, well, we're gonna get this thing up. We're gonna get this thing up. I really don't want to lose my queen, so I hope he doesn't pay attention here. And then we can take this thing out. That really is the entirety of my plan. Ooh. It's kind of sexy. But he just lost his base, didn't he? Okay, he's gonna keep this alive, at least temporarily. Maybe I can kill this? I most definitely can kill that. That was a big deal. That was a really big deal for me. Got a GG as well, which I'm actually happy about to receive. I like receiving GGs. Oh, this guy was like 5-5. The double gold. That's the future, my dear friends. 28 points. Didn't make back all the points that I lost today, but still decent session, some nice cheeses, and a couple of lacking GGs. And that's what we're here for, of course. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you did enjoy this episode. If you did, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and hopefully I'll see all of you next time for a new episode of The Cheesiest Man Alive. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think so. I played pretty well in general. Most games.
Okay. I mean,
no macro hiccups or anything, so it's a good sign.
That is pretty nice to hear, because it would be a shame if you won 7-0 against Maru and Rainer, and after that you're not happy with your play, because that would mean that, you know, there's even a level up. Which for the competition I don't hope there is. But if you do have another level, it will be pretty insane. Now for your ZVZ series, you went for the Ravager Lingolin. Were you hoping to run into just his normal 2-base Roach, or were you expecting something else? And then you just stuck with it anyways? Because he just made Roaches of 44 drones and you won anyways, which I'm not sure is exactly supposed to happen. But since he blocked himself in, it worked perfectly.
What?
These mirrors are absolute losers. They don't fight well. Mura is the ultimate bully, you know? He has one of these straws. These are like one of them pipes. You blow like these paper balls with spit on them at someone else in your classroom. But then when you get close to the Muralisk and you start beating him up, not so strong anymore. Yeah. How about that, James? Who's winning now? Not you. Mary's fist. Plus 3 vehicle weapons. You also have the armor upgrade coming in on the eBay for potential ghosts. So it's going to be a ghost transition. Neuroparasite, Burrow, chitinous plating. So this late game is starting to take shape, but at the same time, Serral is in a weird spot here where he now kind of has the army he probably wanted much earlier. I think he kind of got bait. Oh, this is a good fight though. This looks like a very nice fight for him. Clearing all of these Hellbats. Yeah, that was good. Needs to be careful that he doesn't overstay his welcome with the Roaches. He's gonna lose a lot there. Killed 17 workers behind this, but look at the SCV production for Maru. Just building 4 or 5 workers at a time. Still 87 workers. I'd love to see the resource loss stamp here. The only thing that Serral has going for himself in this game currently, except for this run by and the subsequent attack that's gonna hit the far right side, this is a good run by. And that created a lot of space. It felt like that 5th base was vulnerable there. What I was gonna say is one of the main things that Serral has going for himself is the fact that he's mining the gold base very early. I'd love for Serral to take the top right as well. If he can take the top right and mine gas, that is a big deal. Because no way Maru is ever gonna touch that gold base. That gold base is his right now. So Serral has gotten one of the neutral bases. He's gonna move in over here, It's gonna try to trade. Might get a planetary, but might not have enough Banes. Oh, it's pulling a Miko over here. As this planetary survives with about, what? 100, 120 HP or so. Zero actually somewhat broke. 9 SCVs did go down somewhere, but SCVs are not... They're not an issue. It is not something that I'm worried about. Do we have Adrenal, by the way? I think we do, right? Cyril's quite tight usually with his Adrenal timings. It's gonna burrow these links, or just gonna run them around. Yeah, it's gonna burrow. Even split burrows these links. Individual links split burrowed. Yeah, one scan is still gonna reveal both. Maru needs to deal with that. That is really well done. That's so funny. Cyril now is gonna put his crosshair on the left side of the map and say, "Hey, what about that planetary on your 4th? Is that something, you know? Can we maybe make a deal there, where you take 25 of my banelings and I take a planetary and 30 SCVs?" That's a trade offer that I think Maru not willing to accept as he moves his SCVs away, realizing that that base is gone. There's no backup CC though. That means this base is vulnerable. Tanks will need to move over. Ghost gonna be rotating there as well. Sensor tower stays alive. That's a big deal. It's gonna allow him to easily counter-rotate in the future. And I think... Oh, Raven on the way. Look at this. Pay attention, Terran players. You seeing that? Maru starts a Raven, realizing that the only way he's gonna lose fights is by getting burrowed in faster underneath his army. Maru, the only Terran, together with Ryung, who's figured out that Terran actually has mobile detection and turrets and scans are not the only things they have. This feels like a good attack, but it doesn't kill a whole lot. Oh, here come Neural Parasites. That is 2-3 Tors that go down. Settle here hitting the sweet spot when it comes to timings, by the way. Look at that. Just before that Raven pops out. Doesn't really... I guess a good trade, but not as convincing as I would have hoped. Okay, command center now flying over towards that left side. It's gonna turn into a planetary. Sometimes I wonder if getting a planetary at bases that frequently get attacked is even the best thing to do. It feels like sometimes it's just better to have an orbital in these locations because you can lift it, so you don't lose a base every time they attack. The worst thing that's going to happen is you lose 5-6 workers and maybe your refineries. Is that a second Raven that's getting built here, or is that still the first one? Maybe he has a Raven with every army? Imagine that, 2 Ravens. How does he even control his units then? Guy's an idiot. F2 isn't the best hotkey anymore. This is how Terrans evaluate moves. It's like, does my F2 still work? Can I still control my entire army with one hotkey? Which is basically the same question asked twice, but I mean, that's what you get when you talk to Terran players. Right, this base is gonna be toast. Like, imagine this was an orbital, right? You lift it. What did you lose? 2 refineries, 2 SCVs. Not bad. Is a good attack. Not sure for who, because these 2 Hellbats cleared 35 links. So maybe it wasn't a good attack for Cyril. Probably was a good attack for Maru, or good defense for Maru. Cyril now perhaps trying to transition into air, as he has +2 air weapons already. +3 range as well. Orbital and Planetary take the exact same amount of Banes to kill as well. Yeah, but I hope that a Terran doesn't lose his orbital to Banelings. Because you can lift it. That is the advantage. Good blinding clouds here. As this one Ultra is going ham. There's no Overseer with it though. As Ultra still moving in forward. Actually getting good trades. Ghost not in position to deal with this as they were fighting a single Ultra on the top side. Tanks are on siege too. Planetary is helping out here. Oh, we get a neat little EMP there out of Cyril. Love to say it. Cyril's now taking the top right as well, after he's sucked dry that golden base on the bottom left. And this could perhaps signal a switch of Cyril as well to start attacking that top right side more. Well, one of the main things that is, of course, the advantage of the Planetary is that against small run-bys, it just defends itself, right? So against a pure Ling attack, like 12 Lings, you'd rather have a planetary. But Serral never just attacks with 12 Lings. But maybe that's because there's planetaries everywhere, you know? I feel like sometimes some bases are better suited, though, to be an orbital. That's just my opinion, though. Like, Liberator plus orbital is pretty good, I think. Because it requires anti-air units, which is something that Zerg doesn't really want to build at this stage of the game. Like, if there's almost nothing of, you know, of substance in the air. Liberator here dealing some damage. Resources lost is 37k to 30k. This is actually good for Serral. This is a good ratio. Given the fact that he's mined out the gold base, mineral-wise, almost completely. He's been denying this base at a high pace, consistently. And he's mining from the top right. Now, the top right is going to be I think, a pivotal area here in this game. I have a difficult time seeing how Maru is going to win this game, letting it survive. Look at that, anti-armor missile. 2 anti-armor missiles. Those are big hits. This is a good fight for Maru, isn't it? Resource loss-wise, was it? 37 to 30. Actually, fairly even. Much more even than I thought. Much more even than I thought. Serral doesn't look happy with it, though. So he lost some position, perhaps? I'm not sure how much we care about this position. How about we show the gold base, Mr. Ozer? I want to see how much gas there is in these extractors. Click it. Click these extractors. Yeah, the minerals are empty. I can see that. Click the extractors for me, please. Cuckoo, Mr. Observer. Why don't you click the gases? Da-da-da. Oh, no. The orbital here being pushed back by 3 corruptors and a Ling. Ooh, no shot. Yeah, no way, buddy. Okay, that base is toast. The extra. It's really important to see how much gas has been mined there. I also want to see why is Serral not taking extractor stop right? This is one of the things that I really feel like is still a bit underrated. Is prioritizing mining on the outside bases, or the neutral bases as we call them. It still feels like, especially Zerg players, too often, they'll have these bases for 5-6 minutes, and then they have a fully saturated fort base. While this neutral base, you know, they have it under control and they're not mining from it. This is potentially a good fight for Serral. Ghosts are available, are gonna shoot. When I said potentially a good fight, what I meant was, that looks awful. What an idiot for going in there. That did not go well. It's gonna send this Ultra to its death as well. No escapes. Love to see it. Top right side here is under heavy fire. 15 brutes. The Thor count continues to grow. Holy crap. Like, this is the last army for Serral, no? Like, there's no follow-up army here. This is it.
What did these people do?
So Serral's gonna slow down the game right now. And I think that is the correct call. Slow down the game and focus on the top right. I think that is the sequence here that we're gonna be following. Let's not forget how bad the early stages of the mid game were. Like, as in, a lot of workers went down, Serral had complete control. But I think this is kind of the case with mech, is that you automatically get to go into kind of a late, like early late game scenario. There it can get tricky, but I don't really see Maru die once he has 5 tanks out when he's playing mech, to be honest. It's rare to see. Yeah, this base is being sieged up. I think Maru understands what the deal is here. It feels to me like he understands what the deal is. And the deal is simple. If Maru mines that base, Maru wins. If Serral mines that base, it's gonna be close. If no one mines that base, it's also gonna be close. But probably Maru wins. Because Maru has just been trading better so far. Let's see another resource lost here, if possible. The way that Sarah's gonna do this is kind of old school. Broodlord, Infestor, Viper. Get a scan on the bottom left. How about we click the extractor? Please, why does he keep clicking the mineral patches and not the extractors? I want to see how much gas there's in these extractors. Like, I can see that there's like 250 minerals left in these on these patches. But I can't see that on the extractor. There's no visual indicator that an extractor is almost empty. Holy crap. So frustrating. Okay, it's gonna get a couple of kills, or one kill at least, on with an abduct on that Liberator. And now every second that goes by is a really bad second for Serral here. Four more starports on the way? What the hell is he gonna build? What? Is he gonna go Viking Lip? That's a big anti-armor missile. No shot you're pushing in here, Serral. No. No, that's a nuke. That is a nuke. Yeah, he sees it. Okay, he wanted to snipe the ghost. Not like that, buddy. You're not gonna solar out of this game. Pushing forward with the spores right now. Viking production is starting. Ah, look at the ship weapon upgrades. Maru's been slacking on that hardcore. No excuse for that available either. I'm sure Terrence can find one. Good Fungals. Gonna take out a lot of these Hellbats. Control on the Brutes is phenomenal here, by the way. Where are the Ghosts? Okay, they're on the far right. Do we have an Overseer with this army? Can we get a Fungal on the Ghost? Couple of snipes. EMP's missing. Overseer moving forward. Serral absolutely out-controlling his opponent here. Overseer does get sniped. Planetary gets blasted. That's a big fungal. That was a really big fungal. That could have had some potentially bad consequences here. And I think in these tight situations, with spores as a backup, I kind of like it for Serral. Now, that's a good fungal once again there on the right side. Another good fungal there on the right side. Can we get one more to clear these ghosts? Yeah, we barely can't. An issue that I'm struggling with, or a unit that I'm struggling with here, is going to be the Viking. So the thing with Vikings is if they go unchecked, they're pretty good against Brutes. They are going to need their full upgrades. It's honestly... It's a bloody shame, is what it is. That these Vikings don't even have +2 ship weapons yet. This is not a good performance. A lack of anticipating what was about to come, I think, out of Maru. Perhaps did not expect the mass Broodlord transition, but... yeah, I think that can be considered a bit sloppy. He's not gonna make that mistake again, because this is silly. Vikings benefit so much from upgrades, right? So, ooh, that was a sacrificial ghost. Yeah, but look at this, look at this. This is the type of stuff. Poof. Poof. That's 2 snipes. How are you gonna deal with that? It's gonna be fungals, it's gonna be parasitic bomb. Viking count is insane here. And another problem is that the person that has this base has an objective to defend, which could be bad. These were some interesting EMPs, as I think they hit nothing. Look how low the gas count is here for Serral. He's still mining from that left bottom side as well. By the way, good fungals here connecting. Parasitic bomb as well on those Vikings. A lot of Vikings disappearing from the face of the earth. This was a good trade for Serral. The problem is just that he doesn't have a whole lot of gas in bank. He hardly has any gas in bank. That's why I said earlier, gotta mine that gas ASAP. These extractors, he could have gotten at least 1k gas from this base with the time that he had it. But he didn't, because he was busy mining from his 3 o'clock, which was completely safe. Now he's gonna move forward, gets a good fungal here. That's a huge fungal, holy crap. We're 1 fungal or 1 parasitic bomb away from all Vikings exploding. It seems like Maru isn't entirely sure what to do either. Like, he went into 4 starport extra, then started building Vikings. Now he had a couple of fights with the Vikings, like... this is not working, is it? Sarah's like, no, this is not entirely working for you, buddy. And now we saw a bunch of Hellbats, more ghosts being produced. Now we're back into Viking and Lip production. He's gonna get a fusion core. He didn't have advanced ballistics yet. That is a big deal, because advanced ballistics is really useful against infestors specifically. Very, very useful. And infestors are a big deal if you have Vikings. Liberator, a great zoning tool. The problem, like, you want to have some tanks still, but the problem with tank is obviously that the moment that Broodlings start falling out of the sky is that the tank starts shooting its own units in splash, which is not great. SCVs here being sent onto the map. Turrets here being taken out. Oh. No planetary here. Gonna lose all of these SCVs as a result. So against this type of stuff, having a planetary is extremely nice. Although a Liberator surrounding the base would probably do a fairly decent job as well. But he had neither. Maru right now is not building anything. So he shouldn't be fighting, right? He's gonna get +3 ship weapons at this point. The problem for Maru is that Maru wants to force Serral away from that base. Because he doesn't want to attack into it until he's maxed. And until he has +3 ship weapons. But every second that goes by is a second in which Serral is mining that base. Which is a bad second. So there's loads of bad seconds right now. There's two mediocre options here for Maru. The first option is to wait until he's maxed. And then let Serral mine, create a bank for himself. The second option is attacking without being maxed, without +3 ship weapons. And this is a problem that he created for himself. Because he just wasn't producing for a long time. And of course the fact that he didn't continue upgrading properly after getting all vehicle weapons and vehicle plating. Yeah, double armory. 30 minutes in game. Yeah, I think we can expect the +3 ship weapons to be done at this point. For sure. Especially knowing where this game was heading. Still made the position. The Serral drone attack over here. On the starport. I mean, I don't understand why Serral wants to move forward here. Am I crazy? Why does Serral, like, can't he, you know? Like, unless there's nukes, which there aren't, good luck fighting into this angle. Liberators are going to push this forward. Tanks can unsiege. Yeah, so he's using the lip tank combination. The thing is that the tanks are the weak link here. Now the Thors are trying to move forward. That's -1 lip. That's -2 lips. Good move. And I thought the tanks were the weak link. Imagine how weak the lib is. Or imagine how weak the tank is if the Liberator goes down. Because if you move too far forward here with anything... Okay, that was an interesting call. Serral is just setting himself up there. You saw that? He's getting ready for the fight. He sits up straight. Gets some energy. Because he's ready to go now. Like, this is pushing too far. Doesn't want his opponent to be capable of walking through the choke. He wants his opponent to fight in the choke. Link drone still running by here on this base. Spores moving in lib range, which is an interesting call. I mean, it's not in a hurry. This base isn't under fire. He's still mining from it. Refinery here is being taken out. Like, if anything, the longer this game goes, the better it is for Serral. And Serral's just picking off units. He's trading energy for units, which is a good trade. Because energy regenerates automatically, and you can take it out of buildings as well if you're a Viper. That was sloppy as he loses a bunch of links. But it feels like the limiting factor is going to be gas here for... At least for Serral. Maru just has no resources whatsoever to speak of. He actually has 600 gas, which is decent. Baneling count is reasonable as well. It's going to be nice against Hellbat Ghost, although both of these counts are not very significant. I mean, if Serral gets to mine out this base, the game ends, right? He just has too much money in that case. I think Maru is aware of that. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna try to go in here. This is a good fight for Serral once again. Like these short little trades. This is exactly what Serral wants. A, he's not losing any units, and even if he were to lose units in an efficient trade, that's good for him because he has a bank. His opponent doesn't have a bank. He's up about 40 army supply right now. Vikings moving into the Spore range. Spore's taking out the final medevac. Liberator moving into Spore range as well. Both of these might just die. No, Spores go down first. Here comes Serral, lots of burrowed infestors, stores being taken over as the corruptors moving forward. Do we have a parasitic bomb anywhere? I don't quite see it. Serral's losing a lot of supply, but so is Maru, and I think Maru just dies. Has a lot of anti-air. Are these brutes just gonna die? This is such an awkward situation. There are no queens, there are no spores. Corruptors right now going in, 8 queens being produced. I mean, there's nothing for Maru to follow this up. If Maru had any amount of money, this would have been sick. But he just has no cash. This is such a silly situation. I think Serral believes that he might have lost. But he looks pretty upset. Because he has no clue how much money his opponent... If Maru had 1k in the bank here, that could have probably been it. But there's no money in the bank for Maru. Dude, Serral has no clue what's going on. Because you don't know, right? It's like if your opponent... It's not like he has an exact number of what his opponent had. GG. Oh, look how upset he was. Oh, he was not happy with that. He was not happy with that. I wonder why he was not happy with this game. Another question we can ask in the winner's interview. We already have 2 questions now. When he inevitably owns his opponent, as Serral always does. Why upset after game 2? Question mark. That was a good game though. That was a good game. As a viewer, I enjoyed that. Super chat 65 Swedish kroner. Thank you for your cast, Captain. Thank you, Cat Bertino, for the cash. Much appreciated. As always. Let's see if we missed any Twitchers as well. Quickly, don't worry, guys. When you see my face full screens because nothing else is happening. Thank you, Xscout15, for the raid. And that's it. That's beautiful. Mac always delivers. Yes. Mac always delivers. I can't remember a single game of Mac versus Zerg which was boring. You're right. Mac just always delivers. Just forgetting the better part of StarCraft history in which Goody still was active. Mac always delivers, he says. That has to be the sickest statement I've ever heard. The only thing that Mac delivers is an increase in suicides on Zerg players. That's it. Mac always delivers when it comes to that. But nothing else. Like, Mac versus Zerg has to be some of the most frustrating gameplay in the world. Holy crap. Mac delivers failure. 33 minutes versus a Terran on 4 bases. I would pull out my hair. Net benefit to the world. Nah. No shot, dude.
I'll be right back.
I cannot imagine the stamina just to jump into the next game after that. Yeah, this is difficult, I think.
I don't know what to make of what I'm seeing. How did they do this? I have the manifold formula, so how do they do this? Can they rig the election day and early vote? Like, that's what's scaring me. Oh god, I'll be right back, man. I mean, this looks like some scary shit. I'm gonna play some games. The sample sizes are just too small, and what I'm afraid is that they'll just attack me for having, like, what was there, like these subdivisions of votes are like, 253 votes. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. It's unfortunate that I can't really do anything. It's just too low turnout. But we do have the manifold equation, so I guess that's good enough for now. I'm gonna kill some noobs while I think about the next thing to write about. I think what we're gonna do is just talk about the very beginning of the paper. With this stuff here. Okay. Maybe I'll give a little history on Colorado here. And then we'll go ahead and we'll wrap up this paper. That's what I'm thinking, because like here they can't say the sample size is too small. This is the entire county. This is like all 80,000 ballots, you know what I mean? Like, I can visually see what's wrong, even though the sample size is small, but they're just going to counterclaim, and I think they might even be justified in the counterclaim. You get what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be able to really rebuke it, so I'm just not going to submit that to the court on Wednesday. Even though we all know it's still bullshit, you get what I'm saying? But it's like, what they're going to say is that, okay, well, maybe I would be able to show that some of those things were outside a 3 sigma range, but because the sample size is so small, I bet if I were to simulate it, it would actually be within 5 sigma, some of that shit. So, whatever. We're just going to leave that topic alone. Maybe in the general election we can do that when we have, huge fucking turnouts, you know what I mean? But like, I can't really do anything with this low turnout primary, unless it's like the county-wide level.
Mutation complete. We require more minerals. minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. more minerals. We require 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 more minerals.
kill some more noobs. I might go to bed. But what I want to do is figure out what the rate of flipping is from red to this in order to get the picture that we see there. I'm just wondering. I think it has to be a negative line. The idea would be, I guess we go by a probability distribution. Yeah. I think we could do that. Yeah, that's probably the fucking play. Look. We just get the CDF function of whatever the fuck this is.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. require more minerals. We require... Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful. Assimilation.
Metamorphosis complete.
Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful.
Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Not enough energy.
How do we, I'm still thinking of how to do this. I think we convert this to its CDF. That's what I think we do here. I could be wrong though, you know what I mean? I could be wrong. Oh, I'm still looking at it, Captain Bradfrey. I'm just trying to figure out how you figure out how many votes were flipped. You know? I think I have an idea that's actually mathematically like solid. So I just have to see how it like plays out. Like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna put on Dr. Steve Turley. I think this idea that I'm thinking of is about to work. So.
That he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
It's a very basic, direct question.
Wait, hold on, wait a second.
Eight times, or at least once, in regards to the president specifically.
Hold on a second.
Not what you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no.
Reporting about it.
No, wait a minute. Ed, please. A little respect here, please. So every year, around the president's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that question.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. You're
Dr.
asking me.
Kevin Kennard, come to the White House.
But I also said to you, Ed, I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names.
You cannot
we
share
have to.
names
We have
of
to.
others he would have met with.
We
But
cannot.
You can share names
No.
in regards to if someone came here in regards to
we
the
cannot
president.
share. We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to protect. I understand that. I hear you.
Right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
Question of the doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is public.
information.
I hear you.
And you're not allowed this to fester longer, Kareem, unless the White House answers the
hold on a
question.
second. There's no reason to go back and forth with me in this aggressive way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps about him.
What are you missed about? What are you missed about?
Everything he just asked about.
And then every time I come back and I answer the question that you guys
answered it
asked.
correctly, you didn't have to come back and clean it
I
up
never
the next
answered the
way.
question incorrectly.
Guys, I hear you. Ed, I hear you. Ed, I hear you. I hear you. Guys, I hear you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I hear you, Ed. I do. I hear you. I mean, no, Kareem, what you're hearing is what's left of your pathetic political career going down the toilet, gang. We are officially on a death watch. This is every hour. It just gets worse and worse. We got chaos breaking out inside the White House with a disaster of a press briefing. We got more Democrats now calling on Biden to step down. That number is growing literally by the hour. And we got the latest polls that show the Biden campaign is literally on life support, all as Donald Trump is surging in every single swing state. Gang, it don't get better than this. Greetings, everyone. It is live stream Monday night. I am your host, Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. You know what to do. Make sure to smash that bell and subscribe button. We have got our exclusive backstage private Q&A tonight. If you'd like to join our private virtual platform, just ask me your questions. Just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. That's fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support, whatever works for you, and you will be given your own backstage pass to ask me anything you like. Just click on that link below. Become a supporter at any level, and we will transition to our private, exclusive backstage virtual platform in mere moments, where we will have the most wonderful time of Patriot Fellowship
with patriots all over the world. We also have our boycott updates, so you can vote with your wallet and help build the parallel economy. You absolutely love it. So just click on that link below, or go to fight.turleytalks.com, sign up for any level of support, and you will get a link to have some wonderful Patriot Fellowship in mere moments. So, as you saw, the legacy media is starting to hyperventilate here. You know, I had an argument that I made this morning that basically said it's because they're reading the polls. They wouldn't care if Biden looked like he was winning. They wouldn't care. But it looks like now they care, because they're about to see their power and their affluence erode. The chaos today erupted in that White House press briefing room because it came on the heels of a report that was just released that a Parkinson's specialist has visited the White House 8 times in the last 8 months. You heard that right. A Parkinson's specialist has visited the White House 8 times in the last 8 months. What you heard there was CBS News' Ed O'Keefe. I mean, absolutely exasperated that this diversity hire, Karine Jean-Pierre, she just refused to even acknowledge whether or not that had happened. She would only comment on Biden's yearly physical examination. That includes a neurological exam, and he's all peachy keen. President Biden is sharp as a tack. That's what his neurological exams say every year, and he gets one once a year, and they all show he's clear and cogent, as the borderline illiterate Joe Scarborough would say. And of course, everyone at the press briefing, especially CBS's Ed O'Keefe, are like, you're effing lying to us. That's not what we're asking you. We're being very specific in our question. We're not asking you about his yearly physical. We're asking very specifically, has a Parkinson's specialist visited President Biden on numerous occasions over the last several months? Yes or no? And you heard her. She actually came out and said, well, that for security reasons, I'm not allowed to comment. I'm sorry, I can't. What did she say? We can't share names. We can't share names. So, no, I can't answer that question because we can't share, national security and all. And, of course, that wasn't the question. The question was actually very simple. Has a Parkinson's specialist seen Biden? I don't care about his name. We don't care about his address. We don't care where he works. We care about the fact that the President of the United States may indeed be suffering from Parkinson's disease, which is affecting his cognitive abilities. And that's all we want to know about. And of course, the White House is stonewalling. Their silence on this issue is frankly deafening. At one point, this diversity hire, Karine Jean-Pierre, at one point she almost came to tears. Check it out.
I just want to take a step back for a second, because I do take offense to what Ed alluded to. Come out here every day, there's a press briefing, and we do our best to give you the information that we have at the time. That's what we do. And we understand that the freedom of the press, we respect the freedom of the press. You heard me talk about this last week. I appreciate the back and forth that we all have. I try to respect you, and I hope you try to respect me. And we literally do everything that we can. My team does everything that we can to make sure we get the answers to you. That's what we do. And sometimes we disagree. Sometimes we are not in agreement. But you know what? That's democracy. That is what is important, to have that healthy back and forth. And so to say that I'm holding information or allude to anything else is not unfair. It's really, really unfair. I think people who are watching and have been watching this briefing for this past week could say that we are doing our best in this briefing to provide the information that we have. And I will be the first one to admit, sometimes I get it wrong. At least I admit that.
Think so?
At least I admit that. And sometimes I don't have the information. And I will always, always admit that. But I do take offense to what was just happening at the beginning of this briefing. It's not okay.
I'm offended. I'm so offended. You know what that's like? It's like when you catch one of your kids doing something wrong and they get upset they got caught, right? Catch your kid doing something wrong and your kid gets mad and lashes out at you for catching him. That's this White House. Karine Jean-Pierre literally just BS'd the entire nation right there. What she just said there actually just makes, I'll be honest, what she said there was so ridiculous it actually makes Biden sound comprehensible. Cogent, as Scarborough would say, as he lies into the camera. She is literally a walking, talking meme. She's a living meme. She's beyond cringe. Unfortunately for Karine Jean-Pierre, that's it, Karine Jean-Pierre, the Democrat voices calling for bumbling Biden to exit are growing by the hour. Politico just dropped the headline. 4 more senior Democrats are calling on Biden to step down. That includes New York Representative Jerry Nadler, Jabba Jerry. Jabba the Hutt Jerry. He's now turning his very formidable back on Biden. And senior House Democrat Adam Smith is now calling on Biden to drop out of the race as well. Even the utterly rabid left-winger Stephen King is now coming out and calling on Biden to step down, recognizing the inevitable if he does not. Things are so bad, gang, that Biden actually had to release a letter today to his fellow Democrats, basically warning them to back off on all this stepping aside nonsense. Knock it off. We talked about this in our first video today, this morning. Biden is digging in his heels. Remember, and there's a clear reason for that. Remember, the ballots have all gone out to the delegates. This is absolutely key to understanding what's happening behind the scenes here. So while you have this growing chorus of trying to get Biden out of this race and possibly out of office, what's happening is at the exact same time, his people are sending out ballots to all of Biden's delegates, and they're already starting to get returned. And according to DNC's own rules, those delegates are legally bound to vote for Biden. So he's forcing his detractors' hands here. So I think the fact that these ballots are going out now explains the recalcitrance on Biden's part, the total unwillingness for him to step down, because he knows he's got the votes. He's got the delegates. And those delegates are voting to confirm his nomination this week. He doesn't need the powers that be in Washington, the Democrat operatives, the elite there, as he referred to them on Scarborough today. He doesn't need their approval. He's got the nomination, and he is sticking to, well, Jill is sticking to it. Forget waiting for the Democrat convention in August. They are right now, as we speak, in the process of confirming Biden this week. So what this means is that while the powers that be inside the Democratic Party and even in the legacy media are all freaking out over Biden, trying to get him to drop out. I mean, you should see the CNN coverage. We'll talk about it in tomorrow's first video. The CNN coverage of Biden is humiliating. Not for CNN, for Biden. CNN has become Breitbart. It's crazy the way they're covering Biden. They're finally covering him honestly. So the point is that while the legacy media and while Democrat leadership appear to be unanimously turning against Biden, they're even publishing puff pieces for Kamala, trying to revamp her image, desperately trying to revamp her cackling image. While all that's going on, the Biden campaign is sending out ballots to the very delegates who are legally bound to support Biden, such that Biden may indeed be the official nominee by the end of the week. This is Game of Thrones stuff, gang. It's crazy, which means that it's going to be a logistical and legal nightmare to get rid of this guy. But with every hour that goes by, Democrats feel like they have no other choice but to get rid of him. The White House is they are in total disarray, as you can see. They've had a Parkinson's specialist visit 8 times in the last 8 months, according to reports. They're refusing to even acknowledge it, one way or the other. They refuse to even comment on it. And the press is freaking out because they know that voters are not going to vote for a president they believe to be cognitively degenerate. Just not going to happen. They're not going to vote for a guy who can't walk, who can't enunciate, and who can't even form coherent sentences. I mean, Jake Tapper, I should have teed it up tonight. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Jake Tapper actually pulled a Steve Allen. Do you know Steve Allen, the comedian? The old Steve Allen comedian. My dad was actually roommates with him, I think, back in Rutgers, if I recall, back in the day. Steve Allen had a great shtick where he would read pop lyrics, but in a tuxedo as if he was giving a poetry reading. You know, hot stuff. I need hot stuff. Give me more hot stuff. Hot stuff tonight. Baby, I need hot. It's just really funny the way he tried to pass off disco lyrics as legitimate poetry. Jake Tapper did exactly that, a transcript of something Joe Biden said to Joe Scarborough today. And it is humiliating. And he said, and he finished it off by saying, that was supposed to assure us. That was supposed to assure Democrats of his cogency. Democrats are real, and the legacy media are realizing to their horror what all of this means for November, because we got the latest polls, and they are literal nightmares for the Democrats. But first, gang, if you are just joining us, we've got our exclusive backstage private Q&A tonight. If you'd like to join our private virtual platform and ask me your questions, just click on that link below. Go to fight.turleytalks.com. That's fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support, and you'll be given your own backstage pass to ask me anything you like tonight. Just click on that link below. We've got tons to talk about. We've got elections in France. We've got the craziness with Biden. We've got all kinds of things that are happening. So just click on that link below. Go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any support, for any level support, and we will transition to our virtual private platform in mere moments. It's the most wonderful Patriot Fellowship that you can imagine. It's so great. Don't forget, we also have the return of our boycott updates, so you can vote with your wallet and help build the parallel economy. So click on that link below. Go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level support. We'll send you a link. Oh, you do have the video of Tapper. Micah. Yeah, let's play it. Micah's got the video. See, this is why I love Micah. You'll meet Micah backstage as well. Mikey, do you want to play that video of Tapper? This is Jake Tapper.
In reality, 72% of voters say that they believe President Biden is too old. That's according to CNN's most recent polling. Voters have been saying this for quite a long time. The reality is that the Democratic elites are mostly late to acknowledge these age and ability issues compared to the rest of the public. The elites have been forced to reckon with it after the debate just 11 days ago.
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith that can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old.
The fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be out on your way to go, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea that I'm too old. keep in mind, that soundbite is supposed to be reassuring to those Democratic supporters who have gone wobbly. Many Democratic officials with whom I've spoken are worried that President Biden and his family and his inner circle appear to be in complete denial, not just about whatever might be wrong with him, but the state of his candidacy right now.
Gang, I mean, seriously. Jake Tapper just went like full Rush Limbaugh there. Rush could have done that segment. Exactly what word for word. Rush could have done that segment. That was humiliating for Biden. CNN is doing this, gang. CNN is presenting to their dwindling viewers the disaster that is the Biden campaign. And we've got the polls to prove it. We got 2 brand new polls that just dropped. These are internal polls of the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Now remember, with the Electoral College map, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it is over. Right now as we speak, if he just wins Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, any one of those 3, it is done. It is over. These 2 polls just got leaked. One is a Democrat poll conducted by Emerson. The other is a Republican poll conducted by Remington. Look at this. Those are 2 different polls. Look at that. They show the exact same thing. 2 different polls, 2 different samplings, 2 different methodologies, yet they're both coming back with the exact same results. Trump is up 5 over Biden, Pennsylvania, 48-43, both polls. Talk about corroboration. And it's Trump's biggest lead yet. In fact, this is just where Emerson gets started. Take a look at Emerson's full polling for the battleground states as a whole. Take a look at that. That is just beautiful, man. It don't get sweeter than that. Trump is up 5 in Pennsylvania. He's up 3 in Wisconsin, 1 in Michigan. He is up 6 in Nevada. He's up 4 in Arizona. He's up 5 in Georgia. Gang, that's insane. That's insane. And make no mistake. I mean, CNN is looking at that poll. Democrats in leadership are looking at that. Emerson was stubbornly pro-Biden. As we'll see another Morning Consult poll. We'll see that in a moment. They've been stubbornly pro-Biden. When all the other polls were showing Trump +5, +4, +3, now they were showing Biden +2. Now, you see, you got to put yourself, as hard as it may be, in the Democrats', sandals. Put yourself in the Democrats' beads and sandals. They could not have even begun to imagine this in their worst nightmares, say, 8 months ago. Okay, the polls 8 months ago, the polls were starting to look pretty bleak for the Democrats, right? For example, Biden has not led in a single poll, as I understand it. If I go to the Real Clear Politics average, he has not led in a single poll in either Arizona or Georgia for over a year. They have basically conceded those 2 states. That's why Trump only needs a single state: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, it's over. Virginia, right? Minnesota, New Hampshire, Maine, New Jersey, possibly New York, right? So they saw these polls starting to look kind of bad about 8 months ago. But they figured after a stellar viral debate performance from old Cogent Joe, old sharp as a tack Joe, the best he's ever been according to Joe Scarborough, Joe, they figured those polls would easily turn around. It's not happening. In fact, the opposite is the case. Trump appears to be breaking away. He's only increasing his lead. He has his highest Real Clear Politics polling aggregate lead ever right now. He is breaking away. He's only increasing his lead, particularly in these battleground states. Biden is electorally imploding right before our very eyes. The Democrats see it. The legacy media sees it. He doesn't, of course. And they have no idea what to do. Again, gang, it gets worse. I mentioned the Morning Consult poll. Again, they tend to be ridiculously pro-Biden in their polling. Take a look. This is the latest from Morning Consult. Seeing Trump absolutely running away with it here, Morning Consult is giving Trump a 7-point lead in Pennsylvania. 7 points. Again, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. It's absolutely over. He's up 5 in Nevada in a state no Republican has won since 2004, in 20 years. Now, we'll also have to say, I'm showing this to you just possibly we're on the cutting edge of something here. But we will have to see how this one plays out. This is the latest from Labs polling in Arizona. Take a look at that. Not only are they seeing Trump up 5 in Pennsylvania, up 4 in Michigan, take a look at Arizona. Yep, you're seeing that number. If you're listening by way of our 20 million podcast downloads, according to Labs polling, Trump is up 15 in Arizona now. Now, again, admittedly, that is an outlier. So we'll have to keep an eye on how things develop there. But if that's even remotely close to being real, if that's comparable to the Des Moines Register poll, remember, Des Moines Register is considered by pollsters universally as one of the single best polling outlets out there. They consistently poll within the margin of error in terms of the actual results. If what's really happening there in Arizona is comparable to what the Des Moines Register found in their latest poll that showed that Trump was up 18 in Iowa, 18 in a state that Mike Dukakis won, I mean, gang, this is going to be a bloodbath. This is truly going to be too big to rig. I don't like saying that, to be honest, because I don't think we can be complacent. Obviously, we cannot be complacent. But this is astonishing stuff, and now you can see why so many in the press corps, why so many at CNN, and why so many Democrat operatives are panicking by the hour. Now, I know you got lots you want to talk about tonight. We're going to do just that. So last chance. We're going to move on over to our exclusive Backstage virtual platform for our live Q&A. So if you want to join us, just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support, and you'll be given your own Backstage pass to ask me anything you like. We also have our boycott updates. So you can vote with your wallet and help build the parallel economy. I will see you in 30 seconds.
That he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
It's a very basic, direct question.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a second.
Eight times, or at least once, in regards to the president specifically.
Hold on a second.
Not what you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no.
Reporting about it.
No, wait a minute. Ed, please. A little respect here, please. So every year, around the president's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that question.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. You're asking me. But I also said to you, Ed, I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names. We have to.
Others he would have met with.
We
but
cannot.
You can share names in regards to if someone came here in regards to the president.
We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to protect.
It's public.
I understand that.
It up before I came out here.
hear
It's
you.
right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
You should have the doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is public information.
I hear you.
And you're going to allow this to fester longer, Kareem, unless the White House answers the
hold on
question.
a second. There's no reason to go back and forth and be in this aggressive way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps about him.
What are you missed about? What are you missed about?
Everything he just asked about.
And then every time I come back and I answer the question that you guys
answered it
asked.
correctly, you didn't have to come back and clean
I
up
never
the
answered the question incorrectly.
Guys, I hear you. Ed, I hear you. Ed, I hear you. I hear you. Guys, I hear you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I hear you, Ed. I do. I hear you. I mean, no, Kareem, what you're hearing is what's left of your pathetic political career going down the toilet, gang. We are officially on a death watch. This is every hour. It just gets worse and worse. We got chaos breaking out inside the White House with a disaster of a press briefing. We got more Democrats now calling on Biden to step down. That number is growing literally by the hour. And we got the latest polls that show the Biden campaign is literally on life support, all as Donald Trump is surging in every single swing state. Gang, it don't get better than this. Greetings, everyone. It is live stream Monday night. I am your host, Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. You know what to do. Make sure to smash that bell and subscribe button. We have got our exclusive backstage private Q&A tonight. If you'd like to join our private virtual platform, just ask me your questions. Just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. That's fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support, whatever works for you, and you will be given your own backstage pass to ask me anything you like. Just click on that link below. Become a supporter at any level, and we will transition to our private, exclusive backstage virtual platform in mere moments, where we will have the most wonderful time of Patriot Fellowship with patriots all over the world. We also have our boycott update, so you can vote with your wallet and help build the parallel economy. Absolutely love it. So just click on that link below, or go to fight.turleytalks.com, sign up for any level support, and you will get a link to have some wonderful Patriot Fellowship in mere moments. So, as you saw, the legacy media is starting to hyperventilate here. You know, I had an argument that I made this morning that basically said it's because they're reading the polls. They wouldn't care if Biden looked like he was winning. They wouldn't care. But it looks like now they care, because they're about to see their power and their affluence erode. The chaos today erupted in that White House press briefing room because it came on the heels of a report that was just released that a Parkinson's specialist has visited the White House 8 times in the last 8 months. You heard that right. A Parkinson's specialist has visited the White House 8 times in the last 8 months. What you heard there was CBS News' Ed O'Keefe. I mean, absolutely exasperated that this diversity hire, Karine Jean-Pierre, she just refused to even acknowledge whether or not that had happened. She would only comment on Biden's yearly physical examination. That includes a neurological exam, and he's all peachy keen. President Biden is sharp as a tack. That's what his neurological exams say every year, and he gets one once a year, and they all show he's clear and cogent, as the borderline illiterate Joe Scarborough would say. And of course, everyone at the press briefing, especially CBS's Ed O'Keefe, are like, you're effing lying to us. That's not what we're asking you. We're being very specific in our question. We're not asking you about his yearly physical. We're asking very specifically, has a Parkinson's specialist visited President Biden on numerous occasions over the last several months? Yes or no? And you heard her. She actually came out and said, well, that for security reasons, I'm not allowed to comment. I'm sorry, I can't. What did she say? We can't share names. We can't share names. So, no, I can't answer that question because we can't share, national security and all. And, of course, that wasn't the question. The question was actually very simple. Has a Parkinson's specialist seen Biden? I don't care about his name. We don't care about his address. We don't care where he works. We care about the fact that the President of the United States may indeed be suffering from Parkinson's disease, which is affecting his cognitive abilities. And that's all we want to know about. And, of course, the White House is stonewalling. Their silence on this issue is, frankly, deafening. At one point, this diversity hire, Karine Jean-Pierre, at one point she almost came to tears. Check it out.
I just want to take a step back for a second, because I do take offense to what Ed alluded to. Come out here, every day there's a press briefing, and we do our best to give you the information that we have at the time. That's what we do. And we understand that the freedom of the press, we respect the freedom of the press. You heard me talk about this last week. I appreciate the back and forth that we all have. I try to respect you, and I hope you try to respect me. And we literally do everything that we can. My team does everything that we can to make sure we get the answers to you. That's what we do. And sometimes we disagree. Sometimes we are not in agreement. But you know what? That's democracy. That is what is important, to have that healthy back and forth. And so to say that I'm holding information or allude to anything else is not unfair. It's really, really unfair. I think people who are watching and have been watching this briefing for this past week could say that we are doing our best in this briefing to provide the information that we have. And I will admit, I will be the first one to admit, sometimes I get it wrong. At least I admit that.
Think so?
At least I admit that. And sometimes I don't have the information. And I will always, always admit that. But I do take offense to what was just happening at the beginning of this briefing. It's not okay.
I'm offended. I'm so offended. You know what that's like? It's like when you catch one of your kids doing something wrong and they get upset they got caught, right? Catch your kid doing something wrong and your kid gets mad and lashes out at you for catching him. That's this White House. Karine Jean-Pierre literally just BS'd the entire nation right there. What she just said there actually just makes, I'll be honest, what she said there was so ridiculous it actually makes Biden sound comprehensible. Cogent, as Scarborough would say, as he lies into the camera. She is literally a walking, talking meme. She's a living meme. She's beyond cringe. Unfortunately, for Karine Jean-Pierre, that's it, Karine Jean-Pierre, the Democrat voices calling for bumbling Biden to exit are growing by the hour. Politico just dropped the headline. 4 more senior Democrats are calling on Biden to step down. That includes New York Representative Jerry Nadler, Jabba Jerry. Jabba the Hutt Jerry. He's now turning his very formidable back on Biden, and senior House Democrat Adam Smith is now calling on Biden to drop out of the race as well. Even the utterly rabid left-winger Stephen King is now coming out and calling on Biden to step down, recognizing the inevitable if he does not. Things are so bad, gang, that Biden actually had to release a letter today to his fellow Democrats, basically warning them to back off on all this stepping aside nonsense. Knock it off. We talked about this in our first video today, this morning. Biden is digging in his heels. Remember, and there's a clear reason for that. Remember, the ballots have all gone out to the delegates. This is absolutely key to understand what's happening behind the scenes here. So while you have this growing chorus of trying to get Biden out of this race and possibly out of office, what's happening is at the exact same time, his people are sending out ballots to all of Biden's delegates, and they're already starting to get returned. And according to DNC's own rules, those delegates are legally bound to vote for Biden. So he's forcing his detractors' hands here. So I think the fact that these ballots are going out now explains the recalcitrance on Biden's part, the total unwillingness for him to step down because he knows he's got the votes. He's got the delegates. And those delegates are voting to confirm his nomination this week. He doesn't need the powers that be in Washington, the Democrat operatives, the elite there, as he referred to them on Scarborough today. He doesn't need their approval. He's got the nomination, and he is sticking to Jill is sticking to it. Forget waiting for the Democrat convention in August. They are right now, as we speak, in the process of confirming Biden this week. So what this means is that while the powers that be inside the Democratic Party and even in the legacy media are all freaking out over Biden, trying to get him to drop out. I mean, you should see the CNN coverage. We'll talk about it in tomorrow's first video. The CNN coverage of Biden is humiliating. Not for CNN, for Biden. CNN has become Breitbart. It's crazy the way they're covering Biden. They're finally covering him honestly. So the point is that while the legacy media and while Democrat leadership appear to be unanimously turning against Biden, they're even publishing puff pieces for Kamala, trying to revamp her image, desperately trying to revamp her cackling image. While all that's going on, the Biden campaign is sending out ballots to the very delegates who are legally bound to support Biden, such that Biden may indeed be the official nominee by the end of the week. This is Game of Thrones stuff, gang. It's crazy, which means that it's going to be a logistical and legal nightmare to get rid of this guy. But with every hour that goes by, Democrats feel like they have no other choice but to get rid of him. The White House is they are in total disarray, as you can see. They've had a Parkinson's specialist visit 8 times in the last 8 months, according to reports. They're refusing to even acknowledge it one way or the other. They refuse to even comment on it. And the press is freaking out because they know that voters are not going to vote for a president they believe to be cognitively degenerate. Just not going to happen. They're not going to vote for a guy who can't walk, who can't enunciate, and who can't even form coherent sentences. I mean, Jake Tapper, I should have teed it up tonight. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Jake Tapper actually pulled a Steve Allen. Do you know Steve Allen, the comedian, the old Steve Allen comedian? My dad was actually roommates with him, I think, back in Rutgers, if I recall, back in the day. Steve Allen had a great shtick where he would read pop lyrics, but in a tuxedo as if he was giving a poetry reading. Hot stuff. I need hot stuff. Give me more hot stuff. Hot stuff tonight. Baby, I need hot. It's just really funny the way he tried to, try to pass off disco lyrics as legitimate poetry. Jake Tapper did exactly that, a transcript of something Joe Biden said to Joe Scarborough today, and it is humiliating. And he said, and he finished it off by saying that was supposed to assure us, that was supposed to assure Democrats of his cogency. Democrats are real, and the legacy media are realizing to their horror what all of this means for November, because we got the latest polls, and they are literal nightmares for the Democrats. But first, gang, if you are just joining us, we've got our exclusive backstage private Q&A tonight. If you'd like to join our private virtual platform and ask me your questions, just click on that link below. Go to fight.turleytalks.com. That's fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support, and you'll be given your own backstage pass to ask me anything you like tonight. Just click on that link below. We've got tons to talk about. We've got elections in France. We've got the craziness with Biden. We've got all kinds of things that are happening. So just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any support, for any level support, and we will transition to our virtual private platform in mere moments. It's the most wonderful Patriot Fellowship that you can imagine. It's so great. Don't forget, we also have the return of our boycott updates, so you can vote with your wallet and help build the parallel economy. So click on that link below. Go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support. We'll send you a link. Oh, you do have the video of Tapper. Micah. Yeah, let's play it. Micah's got the video. See, this is why I love Micah. You'll meet Micah backstage as well. Micah, do you want to play that video of Tapper? This is Jake Tapper.
In reality, 72% of voters say that they believe President Biden is too old. That's according to CNN's most recent polling. Voters have been saying this for quite a long time. The reality is that the Democratic elites are mostly late to acknowledge these age and ability issues compared to the rest of the public. The elites have been forced to reckon with it after the debate just 11 days ago.
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith.intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old.
The fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be out on your way to go, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea that I'm too old. Keep in mind, that soundbite is supposed to be reassuring to those Democratic supporters who have gone wobbly. Many Democratic officials with whom I've spoken are worried that President Biden and his family and his inner circle appear to be in complete denial, not just about whatever might be wrong with him, but the state of his candidacy right now.
Gang, I mean, seriously, Jake Tapper just went like full Rush Limbaugh there. Rush could have done that segment. Exactly what word for word, Rush could have done that segment. That was humiliating for Biden. CNN is doing this, gang. CNN is presenting to their dwindling viewers the disaster that is the Biden campaign. And we've got the polls to prove it. We got two brand new polls that just dropped. These are internal polls of the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Now, remember, with the Electoral College map, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it is over. Right now, as we speak, if he just wins Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, any one of those three, it is done. It is over. These two polls just got leaked. One is a Democrat poll conducted by Emerson. The other is a Republican poll conducted by Remington. Look at this. Those are two different polls. Look at that.
How do we solve this?
They show the exact same thing. Two different polls, two different samplings, two different methodologies, yet they're both coming back with the exact same results. Trump is up 5 over Biden, Pennsylvania, 48-43, both polls. Talk about corroboration. And it's Trump's biggest lead yet. In fact, this is just where Emerson gets started. Take a look at Emerson's full polling for the battleground states as a whole. Take a look at that. That is just
All right, I'm going to go to bed. I'll do this tomorrow when I get up. It's a lot of shit there. It's not this that I care about. I mean, like, the description is sufficient even up here. It's, I'm trying to figure out mathematically the best way to, like, I'm looking for the word here. I want to find out, like in Colorado we did it, but you know what? We'll look at the Colorado paper tomorrow, because I know I have the answer that I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the equation they use to fucking flip ballots, so we'll figure that shit out tomorrow. I have to go to bed. Good night.